What do you mean, what went wrong? Can't you just turn it off? Okay. Let me check this sound. Doesn't seem like they can hear you on the stream. No, I'm just checking the sound right now. Okay. They can hear me. They cannot hear you. Thank you. Go ahead and put a message down there. Ugh. All right, here we go. Name is Mega Hobo, also maidenless. Hello, Wonton. Name is you're still alive. How you doing? Oh, okay. That was a good right behind me. Not expecting a vanguard like that. Some ults in the core, do you know that? Yes, I'm aware. I keep track of inactives and ults. How did that not kill him? That should have hit him. Just playing some Space Marine 2. Wait until Zim gets back to start the campaign, or resume the campaign. Because I got halfway through it, so I should be able to finish the other half this stream. Oh, are you? Really should have reloaded. Oh, I killed him. Ha! I shot him in the back. Ended his pathetic, worthless life. It's got 1,000 names now. There's Samaj we can talk. And where's Samaj so we can talk about rookie lore? Zim being a class L, nice to know it's so consistent. You know, I figured you would have more than one gimmick other than insulting Zim, but apparently that is your entire personality. It is as intrinsic to you as DMC4 is to Samaj. Show them Mangler, there should be no filthy camping in the Imperial grounds. To be fair, they weren't camping, they were just trying to move across the map, and we were not letting them. We weren't even camping them. Was this like a radar dish? Yes. An Omni Scrambler. Oh yes, because that's totally going to scramble anything. Actually, I have some skins for the... Oh wow, I actually have a Cultist carbine for that. Alright guys, we're going to get that... We're going to get that... precision marksman rifle thing. I don't know why you're thinking of me, Miso. Hello, Manga. My DMC4 addiction is out of result boundless. Hello, Samaj. Seems you have not missed a beat. Because homies stick together. Dead Rising, the remake comes out tomorrow. I'm going to do a 24-hour tomorrow. Does it? I'm not interested in the Dead Rising remake. I bought Dead Rising, I think, like twice at this point. Well, okay, the original Dead Rising I've actually only bought once. The first one was a hand-me-down. Second one was the remaster. But I bought Dead Rising 2 off the record twice. So if they're going to go in this direction, I don't want to have to buy the games I've bought more than twice. I think I'm making a rule to myself that that's not going to happen anymore. The fact that it happened thus far with as many games as it did is kind of unacceptable. It's $50 retired. It should be $30. There shall be no heresy in these holy grounds. Hmm. Yeah, they say that. But they keep giving me traders. They've been sandwiched. Now we dominate. My insult addiction is as strong as my coffee addiction. I see. Disappointing. Hey, good sir, can you come down here so I can shoot you to death? Oh, okay. It's questionable. I think he should have been dead by that point. Man, they tried to sandwich us. Oh, wow. Didn't realize the assault was right there. Probably the worst character ever thought of in fiction. What, my Vanguard? Talking about this with my writer friend, and I saved him from making a Rin. Whoa. Okay. Well, we're about done with that. My teammates would just stop being so goddamn impatient. And back the fuck off. My god. Just back off, you fucking turds. For just a second. And they will come to you. They have to approach at some point. We don't. This is just a very tanky game. That Vanguard thought he could approach, but he was in fact not made of the strong enough material. Fool. Oh well, that's... I am not made of strong enough material either. And wow, okay. Dipshit didn't check his flanks, and we died. I had to be the one to check flanks. Retreat, dumbass. Okay, fucking idiot. He gets damaged with a grenade, and instead of rolling back, he decides to run up there and die. Moron. Moron. I think the casuals love DMC5, so I should train DMC5 too, even though it won't take me long to learn. Hello, Pimp Demon. Maybe you should, Samash. Tell me about it, Mangler. I dislike modern COD players in terms of their abilities. I don't think these are COD players. Though they certainly play like... Well, actually, some of them play like different people. Like, everyone who plays Bulwark plays like a team player. Snipers are kind of all everywhere. Anyone who plays Tactical actually has like a brain. Anyone who plays Vanguard can differ from being like aggressive or not. Heavies all pretty much play the same, and every person who plays the Assault plays it like the Jetpack in Halo Reach. Except, unlike the Jetpack, it's actually intuitively designed. Like, you can shoot it out of the air, but it also has like a good trade-off for being the Jetpack for the person who has the Jetpack. So, yeah. It's kind of a mixed bag. Like, some people play their classes pretty well. Teammates, for the most part, pay attention to your marks. They pay attention to call-outs. They're not, like, really, really dumb. But that in particular was dumb. Like, we were down to the last point, and nobody's watching everything around them. Like, once the last 10 points kick in, you should be locked in. You should be watching your grenades. You should be paying attention to your left and right positions. You should be observing everything around you and making sure everything within a 10 to 20 meter radius doesn't want to murder your ass. You should be checking to make sure that you're not getting ambushed from any sides. You should be doing all of these things when it's down to the last 10 points. That is not like a sweat fest. That is just basic self-preservation. Like the simplest level of self-preservation possible. Old COD was better. I disagree. Old COD was kind of like horrible when it came to the people, and also had really not so great balance. Like, I definitely prefer Cold War. My Cold War teammates pay attention to my marks. Also, I can't actually mark people, which is nice. I have ways to communicate with them without a mic. And perks don't vary on a range that is either useless or like god tier. Perks are just like pretty good. The amount of times I've had to carry the game is numerous. Free for all multi-game modes were the best game modes. I don't think I played multi-team that much in Reach. I did play Headhunter, if that counts. 5 of 6, 6 of 6. I played 11 if it brought back multi-blame. It already brought back like Juggernaut and something else. Actually, wait, no, I think it did bring back multi. No. It brought back something else that wasn't multi-team. Why am I still this dude? Why? Nah, peak COD was old COD. Yeah, I mean, it was only like peak if you just liked having a lot of people around, I guess, and people screaming in your ear and dropping slurs and stuff, and also having like really shitty, unbalanced gameplay. Also, not all old COD was the same. Because like you wouldn't say Modern Warfare 1, 2, or 3 were the same were peak for the same reason. They were not all peak. Trust me. Getting spawn camped by countless kill streaks versus playing a game where people run around with like double akimbo SMGs is not these are not the same problems. And that's not even getting into the Treyarch ones. Like, they all have a degree of things about them that make them good or bad. Got him. The World at War dogs? World at War was interesting. It was like Cold War. No, not Cold War. It was like World at War, except it had... Or it was like Modern Warfare 2, or Modern Warfare 1, COD 4, except it had... it had more balanced weapons, but unbalanced skills, score streaks, or kill streaks. Where is the ammo? I'll take that. Can't find the ammo anywhere. Oh. I strategized one, but two was other two. Some kill streaks were silly, like a chopper gunner. I like it when all weapons were good and a meta didn't exist. Then you would have liked BO2. BO2 was like the only case where that was the case, but even then, BO2 only was that way for a few years, and then it became a meta where most guns were good. But if an entire team relegated itself to a specific strategy, you had to get specific counter weapons. Like BO2, generally, I would say, all weapons were pretty good. Until the entire team decided to be a sweat fest. And you were like, oh, okay. Guess I'll die. Like they're all just like, hey, let's all do LSATs, and you're like, no, I don't. I want to play the game. The skill streaks were a problem. It depends on the game. Like in Modern Warfare 1, they were not a problem. Modern Warfare 1, they were perfectly balanced. Modern Warfare 2, they were hella unbalanced. Like, holy shit. And so were the spawns. Sentry gun was basically unstoppable unless you knifed it by being in close range. Oh my god. I should have shot that heavy to death. Blue team could solo a Space Marine chapter. You can't prove me wrong. Mangler. It depends on what equipment they had. If it's in the battlefield, maybe. Also depends on the Space Marine chapter. Not all Space Marine chapters were created equally. Some of them are objectively stronger than others. Some of them have better technology than others, better training than others. Actually, some of them have actual training as opposed to others. Not everybody's the Space Wolves or the, you know, what's it called? The, not everyone is the Space Wolves or the, World Eaters. Or the Death Guard. Yes, I got him. BO2 was kind of the start of the real start of the meta. I would say no. BO2 was when like when Call of Duty games started having a diverse loadout of like weapons and stuff. Because Modern Warfare 2 started the trend of making that, but it did it horribly in a way that was like atrociously unbalanced. People thought it was great because it was the first time it was being done, but it was incredibly poorly executed. Ow. They just did kicks. Their equipment is the UNSC Infinity. Oh, then they probably win. Wait, that's not a piece of equipment. That's a whole damn ship. Hold up. All you gotta do is walk up to the heavy and put your shield out. Then he dies. Every gun in Modern Warfare 2 is good. It's just that some guns were cheese, like Noob Tube. I would disagree. I think some weapons were just really, really bad in comparison. Like, some of the submachine guns had mid-range. They weren't really that effective. The Vector could be good if you gave it every single attachment possible, plus FMJ, plus Stopping Power Pro. And then it would become a cheese weapon in close range, but it was useless at mid-range. Like, so many guns in Modern Warfare were niche. Don't get it twisted. They were niche. They were not good. They were niche. So in their specific applications, they were cheesy, like super linear weapons. Very few weapons were all around, like all-purpose guns that were good or well-balanced. Wow, their spawns are just... Well, okay, I literally just got caught in melee. Vector is one of my favorite guns, how dare you? It was my favorite gun. Why do you think I'm talking shit about it? It was the gun I used the most. You think I just trash weapons I don't use? Do you think me in ignorance, Samaj? All I do is make takes, of which I have knowledge on. Oh no. Oh no. They're dying. I got him. Oh, this is fair. This is fair. I just get ambushed. It also matters where, because if it's an Iron Fist Fortress, good luck. I'd have to see what the Iron Fist Fortresses can do, but generally speaking, yeah, it kind of matters, like, what Space Marine Legion you're dealing with. Like, if the Ultramarines are holding a position, they'll just hold it and then scavenge what weapons they have. If the Iron Fists hold a position, they'll turn it into, like, an actual fortress. They'll make it better. The Ultramarines will just sit on top of it and make use with what they have. They won't make or improve the defenses of what they're dealing with. Now it's equipment, only blue team is on it, no one else. Well, if only blue team is on it, then how are they going to run the ship? If there's no AI out there, how are they running it? Like, at least give them a fleet to run at least give them a crew to run the ship. And they're like, hey, here's the Infinity. Pilot it yourself, suckers. Vector was him. It's true, though, but that's the point of SMGs. They have no real long range unless you burst. You clearly haven't used a lot of SMGs in COD. There are plenty of SMGs that work at medium range. There are plenty of SMGs that are basically like substitute assault rifles. Like, so many of them work at medium range. It's not even funny. Like, the P90 was one of those. The P90 was a medium range assault rifle. I meant long range. Yeah, but they don't need to work at long range. If a P90, if a submachine gun works at medium range, then it's already broken if it has, like, a good DPS. Because it just eliminates the need for something to be an assault rifle. That's a joke. It's just blue team on a planet relaxing inside the Infinity. That doesn't even make any sense. I don't think anyone in either verse could run a ship by themselves. And I do mean by themselves, like no robots, no AI, no like psychic bullshit. You actually have to run the ship by yourself. My good Bokan is the standard for my VSB thread on where Space Marines scale. Oh, of course, yes. How could I forget that the Kalidor Mago, or whatever his name is, the Milam Kaido, I think, or Malam Kaido, the absolute, like, standard of a Space Marine. Now, totally not the peak or like this outlandishly portrayed version of a Space Marine, just a standard version of a Space Marine, of course. Of course. When have I ever made sense? Good point. The ACR is bad at close range, for example. The ACR is not bad at close range. The ACR just doesn't have spread. The ACR still does amazing damage at close range. It's just that you can't really ADS at close range, but if you hip fire someone in close range with the ADS, they will still die. It's just SMGs at better spread. They're just more effective. Technically, a person could be trained with the ACR to kill you at close range. It just would be better to use an SMG, but like, you're not at a disadvantage in close range with the ACR, unless a person has a better weapon. But generally speaking, they won't. Oh yeah, they're dead. Vector wins at ACR close range, most likely. Yes, because a Vector is built for that. But like in ACRs, you understand that COD weapons don't work like Gears weapons, right? Like, their damage doesn't go down in close range. It's just that they're less accurate. So like, that accuracy can be accounted for. Dude, how is that fucker still alive? Got him. I died. I got him. Of course, the VSB ineptitude never ceases to amaze me. Yeah, I was looking at one of their threads for, what is it? Space Marine? Like, it was more so like a thread. I guess not a spread for the Space Marine game, but a thread for Space Marines in general. Yeah, their physiology, their speed, their durability, their AP, pretty much all their stats. It was made by Matthew Schrodinger, of all things, of all people. And he just was like, yeah, so here are the examples of what a standard Space Marine can do. And it was literally like one paragraph excerpts from a random novel that he couldn't quote accurately, and he couldn't provide the page number or picture for, and didn't provide the context of, and expected people to believe that that was an actual accurate depiction, and that somehow made it onto the site, even though after checking it and observing the statements that he provided, most of them even contradicted the points he was making in the actual scan. Dude, what is this dipshit heavy? Bro, he's right there. Hit him. I swear. Some of my teammates. Like, I'm under the shield, taking the damage. Shoot him in the back, please. Man, that's got to be terrifying that as a heavy, you're like, I got heavy armor and energy shields, and everyone just runs at you in melee. They just don't stop. Why have a gun when you can engage in glorious melee combat for the Emperor? I mean, for the Chaos Gods. Yeah, fuck the Emperor. Mangler trying to say Callard or Draco? No. You notice this 4th Space Marine dead in a crash dropship? I did not. Someone's making food in my house. And it smells good. I want the food. But I don't want to leave my position. Wow, where are my teammates? Holy shit. I was like circle strafing this guy. All they had to do was shoot him in the back. Oh, bro, they were there the entire time. They just... they were just suffering a skill issue. Mangler, use Hyper Beam. I am not a Pokemon. That is not how that works. Guys, they were right there. Everybody saw that. They were in the area, and they're like, no, he's got this. He's obviously just running around him to confuse him so that he can follow up with a melee strike. It's like, no. No. That was not the purpose. I need that food. I'll go get it now. I have returned. Samaj, give me your favorite guns from MW2 and give them to me now so that I may judge you for better or for worse. No, though, I'm actually just curious and seeing what you ran, because I ran a whole bunch of different weapons. I ran like a bunch of weird, obscure like knifing classes. I tried to do sniping, that didn't work, so then I just relegated myself to Vector, Vector DPS class. It's time to become the sniper. Mangler, use your accuracy to guard fly. No, but I do have a flying class. I can try that if you want. We can start there, and then maybe we can move up to guard flying. The ACR does Vector. Mangler, use Geneva is optional. You mean the Geneva Convention is optional? You understand that, like, Geneva isn't like a tool you can use. It's just a convention to agree to not use certain weapons during war. My DMC4 clashed. I blame you, Mingo. Oh. Yes, it was I. NoobTube number 1. One-man army NoobTube. Or TAR-27. Gross. No, TAR-27 was a pretty good weapon. I saw it a lot more than often, but like I just didn't like the design of what the 11 looked like visually. But it had great stats. It was a solid all-around weapon. Very well balanced. One of the few. Two, in fact. Now, when you slapped on like all the extra perks, then it basically became what every Modern Warfare 2 weapon became. Which was not okay. TAR didn't even need stopping power, I know. Who needs a gun when you can fire arrows at 300 kilometers away with Mach 10 speeds? Yes. It's gotta be brownies ready in a little bit. After this match, I'll have to cancel so I can go get some. That's what that smell was in my house. It was the brownies. I'm playing very badly as a sniper, but I'm also trying to pay attention to 3 different things. You're a brownie, got him. You're trying to say I'm delicious. I don't know how to feel about that. On one hand, it's a compliment. On the other hand, it implies a need to feed on me, and I do not like that. For I am the one who eats. No one else here but me eats. You thought you actually eat in life? That was a myth. It was merely propaganda. to be a baked brownie. I mean, who wants a non-baked brownie? That's the question I would ask. That was a good throw. I will read all your comments in a moment. I'll get them all. Just like those brownies. I died while invisible. What is the diet of 40k Marine? I don't think they really eat that much. Also, I'm pretty sure they just eat whatever the Imperium like serves them all the time. Because a lot of Marines are in different places in different parts of the galaxy at points in time, so I don't think they have a steady supply of like specific foods. They kind of have to like scavenge. Come on, guys, pick up the pace. We're dying here. Shot him in the back. Mangler, you're making me look bad as a sniper that plays with you. Wrong analysis is like, why don't you represent? Stop sucking. It has to be better than the Combine's rations. I don't know. I don't really eat brownies. Different brownies are good with waffles. Are better than the Combine rations. What do the Combines serve you? What are their rations? Can't be that bad. I mean, most rations are usually just like broken down, like granola bars, compacted forms of like meat or protein. Like nothing like super processed. Just enough to survive, but they hire civilians for a bit more food. That doesn't tell me about what the rations are. Well, bro, I'm not it. Let me out! No! They immediately forced me into another thing. They're starving, basically. Okay, what is the food, though? Tell me what the food they're serving, not their food supply. Like, what's in the rations? What are they giving you? They're giving you bacon, like bread. What is it? Just like a granola bar, some kind of, I don't know, like a potato. Like what is it? Like a lot of things that are given to soldiers are mainly like beans, like canned goods. Because they can be warmed up pretty easily over a fire, and they still taste mostly the same. They can also be preserved for a really long time, so they're optimal battle food. Well, except for the fact that they make you shit like bricks. Except for that part. Some soup, bread, water, I think, from like Half-Life 2. Good soup can go a long way. Bread and water can be salt. Well, okay, you are going to need some protein after a while. Actually, technically, you don't need protein after a while, but it will, like, help in the long run. It'll make it more effective than if you didn't have it. Like, your body could just survive for decades off of, like, bread and water. As silly as that sounds, you could survive for decades off of bread and water, and you would be healthy. As well as meat. And a little bit of veggies here. It's just by getting all the food ingredients, you are like peak health. You're very unlikely to have like diseases or anything like that. That's hence why the FDA tells you like, hey, eat these things. Eat all this so that you can become the best that we have to offer. I like Half-Life 2 or Half-Life 1, kind of like dystopia. Why? Because Half-Life 2 actually explores the world of Half-Life, and Half-Life 1 is like, hey, you're a researcher. Now get fucked by aliens. You're like, I didn't consent to any of this. Wow. Could my teammates suck any more? Bro. I got flanked. Okay. After this one, we're going and getting brownies. Just let it be known for the record that I did not willingly consent to joining this match. I'm sticking around on sportsmanlike conduct and nothing else. I'm coming, buddy. I got you. Oh, everyone's already dead. I contributed to nothing. Basically, Half-Life 1 in a nutshell. Well, you're like, hey, I'm here for my job. And then aliens are like, hey, let me just kill you. The military's like, let me just cover it up. I guess my shield was not up because of that grenade and lag. Since they're all focused over there, I'm just gonna go through the middle of the map. Damn it! Oh yeah, that's teamwork. Let's go.
Casualty reported.
Give me that ammo. Oh! Damn it. See, this is a team that wins. Because we stick together, we pay attention to marks, we regroup when necessary, pick up extra ammo when necessary, you don't push too far. It's a solid tactics. Got him. I love the plasma pistol in this game. It is so good. It was okay in the main campaign. Wasn't that great. Alright guys, only 2 more matches. 2 more matches. And finally the Vanguard will have a decent assault rifle. Finally. Among Us, I'm making breakfast. Are you now? Oh, nice. Oh, I want that one. Achieve victory in 7 missions in operations mode or in matches in eternal war mode. To unlock. Haven't I already won 7? Oh. It's part of the purchase that one there. I purchased the highest gold bling for my weapon. Where do I get this? Veterancy level 21? Can I skin my weapon? No, I can't. Do you even have any skins for this? I have like nothing. Alright, so I gotta win 20 matches to get this giant gold-plated beauty thing. Wait, how many do I have to win to get the heavy bolter one? 10 matches. I've already won at least 8. Oh, we should show them the heavy bolter. Do you want pictures of my waffles and eggs and bacon? Give me like 10 minutes. So sure, I didn't request that, but sure. No one was doubting. No one was doubting your ability to eat breakfast or the legitimacy of you eating breakfast. But if you feel the need to prove it to us, you can send a photo in the chat. Hang on, I'll be back with the brownies.
Chat, where the fuck did Mangler go? Chat, why isn't Mangler playing? Well, well, well. Look at you all keeping his secrets. Samaj, you're not eating waffles and eggs. Who are you lying to? Yeah, seems Mangler did leave his post. That's no bueno. Too true. Too true. Oh, fuck. Mamá, ¿gratis con tableta? I'm thinking about going and buying a new fucking Xbox because I need a higher tier Xbox. All right, Samaj. I will bear witness to this. I'll bear witness to this. Show me your falsehoods, your claims that you are eating bacon, eggs, and lay waffles. Show me your lies, and I will confirm them for the rest of the world that they are in fact lies. Hello, Jeremy. How are you doing this afternoon? Ah, not quite afternoon for me yet. Where is he? Hello, aviator. My mother's not alive, Samaj. How dare you? Samaj, how dare you? I guess I'll just have to murder you. What? 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 I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That was not me. How you doing, aviator? You ain't got shit, Samaj. Well, well, well.
Ah, sorry.
Look who
I had to
decided to
get food.
come back. You went to go get food. Well, well,
There
well.
were there were brownies in the house. What was I
Well,
supposed to
well,
do? Leave them there?
well, well.
You know, not getting brownies, that's actually something a heretic would do.
You accusing me of heresy, boy.
I am
Your
uh I am floating the accusation, yes.
your chapter didn't do shit during the Horus Heresy. I don't want to hear anything from you.
You don't know what chapter I'm aligned with.
Yeah, and I bet they were worthless.
Well, we all know what chapter you're aligned with. What was that again? The Blood Angels, the guys that were supposed to be the followers of Korn?
Nah, that ain't me. That ain't
Oh,
us.
you didn't know about that. You didn't know that he was venting them. Or he was
Nah,
vetting them to be
no,
his
no, no,
champions.
no, 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 no. I believe it. I believe it. You wanna know why? Because Korn actually stepped in and helped the fuck out when Leviathan was killing us. That actually explains so much about that scene.
It- I think that's part of the reason he ends up choosing the World Eaters, because they lure them into a trap and he's like, oh, they're too loyal. Oh, hey, look over there. Not loyal Space Marines.
Well, no, it's because like I think I told you that like at the start of the battle sector, the entire Blood Angels homeworld's about to be destroyed by Leviathan, but the warp opens up, and it's implied that Korn is the one who opens the warp to get Leviathan out of there.
Are there Corn Berserkers down there?
No, but in the DLC, you fight the legions of Korn coming from the warp. So
Okay. It's
I'm pretty
probably
sure.
him then.
Is this game good, by the way?
Yes. Very good. Hello, Seville. Hello, Jeremy. Zim was always among us. He didn't make us Ren.
Nah, Ren's fine.
It's funny that you accuse him of being Among Us, and I'm over here repping the Alpha Legion. Like, Alpha Legion's whole thing is literally just being Among Us. They're ultimately loyal to the Emperor, even when they become traitors, because it's all a deception to basically reinforce Alpharius' plan. Okay, Rock and Alice, I can definitely confirm that that thing that is happening in our party is a bug for the party, because I'm going into these matches seamlessly. There's no problem for me at all.
It's because
It must be happening.
you guys need a third person to balance it out.
Maybe. We're about to get private PvE lobbies this month anyway, so that will probably patch it. Because it wasn't happening on launch. It only happened after the first update.
I'm gonna check and see what the trade-in value on my Xbox is, and then go from there. Because I kind of do want to try this game out, but like, I don't think my PC can run it. And like, even if it
I don't know
could,
what the specs are in this, but if it's not something recent, it won't be able to run this.
well, so PCs are a little different from consoles because PC hardware lasts a lot longer because you can change the settings.
Yeah, I know that, but like,
But also, this game's not like open world, so I'm pretty sure Cyberpunk takes up more like processing power than this does.
I don't think graphics wise this game is that demanding. So it's probably mostly just going to be a ROM. Like your graphics card will probably be fine if you're just looking to upgrade your PC. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that one.
I should probably just upgrade my PC and get some RAM in there, but we can't play PvE if I get the game, huh?
No, we can. We can play PvE and we can play PvP.
So it is cross-platform across all of it.
Yeah, yes. Because the funny thing is, we were like, "Oh, we won't be able to play with PC players," and then I look at the lobby and I literally see PC icons, and I'm like, "What are those doing there?"
This game's not on Game Pass, right?
No, it's not on Game Pass.
I'll check my specs. I'll check my specs tonight then while I'm playing DBD with the boys, and then figure it out from there. Because if I can just get this on PC, I wouldn't mind just getting it on PC.
Oh, I made a mistake.
Rin is fine, Smaj. You're just a hater. You never even read the book. Where's the picture?
There's a lot of.
What?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a lot of customization in this game, so you'll be able to make whole Space Marine chapters and even custom ones that never really existed. Though the colors, I do have a bit of an issue with the colors in that some of the names for the colors are technically wrong. They swap them around, so you're gonna have to do a little bit of looking. But they're all there. Oh no. Oh my god.
No, I'm not delusional. Rin's fine. You haven't read the book. Silence your whore mouth. Oh yeah, Seville. Did you hear that apparently Riot's gonna get rid of the kernel level for their anti-cheat?
Is that going to get rid of the Vanguard software entirely?
So, no. So you remember how there was that big old internet crash recently a while back because of like one fucking program?
Yes.
Yeah.
Vaguely.
So Windows looked at that and was like, you know what? Maybe kernel level anti-cheat isn't such a good idea after all. And
You mean Riot?
And so Windows was like, all right, so going forward, we're not going to allow kernel level anti-cheat anymore, but we are going to put a back door.
Wait,
Go on.
when you say Windows, you mean Windows and not Riot, right?
So Windows is saying they're going to force it, and Riot's like, we have to get rid of it because Windows is forcing it. Because Windows is the biggest PC market, so they have to comply with Windows. It's okay, Seville. It's okay. We're going back. We're going back, Seville. We're gaming. We're gaming, Seville. I'm just mad I missed that Prestige Chaos
So
skin.
what? They're just going to change.
So,
They're just going to change up a little bit of their software, and we'll be back to normal.
So, from what I understand, they're going to allow a specific pass for some security checking, but they will not have access to the kernel level anymore. They'll have something like a pseudo kernel level. Also, I think they're going to make it.
Dumb.
I think I think what they're also going to do is that they're going to make it to where it's not going to be running all the time anymore. Because that was Vanguard's other problem too. Because for some fucking reason, Riot decided that we're gonna fucking make this run at all times, even when you're not playing the game. Otherwise, you can't play the game.
That Windows crash didn't really affect me that much, but it caused some weird display issues on some of my browsers.
Well, it
When I
didn't
would
fuck
look
with
up
you
stuff.
that much because we kind of stick to a part of the internet that has nothing to do with that. But like airliners and shit, like actual important shit, got hit hard by that because some dipshit decided to run all their fucking systems on a fucking Windows 97 program. That's not a joke either. Our entire air
As
force,
you
like,
do.
well, no, like our entire air system is run on Windows 97. It's run on a
I'm aware.
program from Windows 97, and I hate this so much because their reasoning for why they can't update it is because it's been going on for so long that they wouldn't even know how to. And I'm like, you
Bullshit. It's
idiots.
it's laziness. They do not want to shut down the airport for like a week or whatever, or shut down airports for like a week just to update their system. Which if they did, it'd be a delay, but they'd be better for it. Like
No saying
it's
companies
inevitable.
that allow that BS in their systems. One of the reasons this game is awesome is that you don't need to pay for colors for your chapter, unlike a certain game I know, Warframe. Hey, don't talk shit to Warframe, bro. Warframe will kill you.
Well, you still need to, but you have an in-game currency system that you earn just by playing. And it's entirely up to like what you want to play. So if you're like, I don't want to buy, I don't know, the Iron Fists, but I want to play like the Raven Guard, you can just purchase the Raven Guard stuff. You're gonna have to game more than a little bit, but it'll give you currency at a pretty decent rate. Like right now, I can give you some estimates on what you guys are looking at in terms of like the requisition resource. You usually get about 20, 25 per game on average. About 100 in 4 matches. And for some chapters, I think about 120 or 150 is like all the items that they need. But if you don't want the items and you just want the color, you could technically just buy half the items and then just skimp on the rest of the chapter.
Hang on. Oh, dude, I'm so fucking excited that fucking they're
Okay,
finally
339.
releasing. They're finally releasing the Slifer alt art for Regeki. It's in the new tin.
Well, thank you for being excited for my arrival. I appreciate that.
There's a Slifer alt art for Regeki.
So
Also, hello, Cyber.
Cyber, you have to understand, I don't have Discord open, so if you guys join, you guys have to talk for me to understand you here. Also, hello, Cyber, how are you doing?
Recovering from some sort of cold.
Yeah, you
Definitely sounds
it.
like it. Let me go to the editing section
But yeah.
so I can show you guys. And so this is what it looks like. You can pick from the Adeptus Astartes and click on your thing, and you just go there and you pick individual items. You unlock one to unlock another. You can also go to load me in under a match. You can go to Heretic Astartes if you want to buy for the Traitor Legions. You can go to Ultramarine successor chapters, and then some other successor chapters that are kind of like unknown. And you can mix and match.
Oh, what the fuck? Anyways, but yeah, no. Yeah, well, hopefully you recover quickly, Cyber. Sounds like you're already coming near the end of it, but that's pretty cool.
Right now, I'm kind of murdering stats for a French game called Off.
The game is called Off?
Yes.
That is strange.
It's a 16-year-old French game that has a cult following. Markiplier played it. It's pretty cool. It's somewhat inspired Undertale to Toby Fox.
Oh, wait. Is that one game you told me about where you play as the batter who's a totally innocent guy?
Totally innocent, right?
Yeah, that guy. The batter. I'm not sure what the issue is. He did nothing
Totally
wrong.
innocent, right? Like you.
Yeah, wholesome like me, innocent like me. I'm not really sure what the problem is. I'm right.
I think I'm gonna get the Doom Eagles next.
Oh yeah, so JJK has 2 more chapters left. All right,
Thought it was
Cyber,
over.
you ready? You ready to see Gojo come back and Sukuna literally kill nobody under any circumstances ever?
Higuruma surviving is I hate calling it this. Okay, 1 second.
All right.
In order to properly
What the heck?
cook, KJK have to do with lighting.
Man needs lighting. All I need
Alright,
is
so
victory.
Megumi being suicidal and then beginning the urge to live is cool and all. You could argue it was maybe rushed, but it was still fine. Obara, his arrival was definitely just plot contrivance because it stated she woke up 30 minutes prior. Oh, sorry. It hadn't been 30 minutes. Higuruma surviving is bullcrap.
Mm-hmm. Bro, everyone. Literally the only guy who died at this point was fucking Gojo and the farmer. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, bro.
And
I'm convinced both of them are coming back.
And Chozo.
And who?
Chozo.
Are we sure? Are we sure he's dead? I don't know. Maybe he'll bounce back.
Chozo got turned to ash. Hakari got turned. No, not Hakari. Kashimo got turned into, let's see, waffle
pancake.
pieces.
Oh, you're right. The waffle, my apologies.
Unironically, Gojo has the best chance of coming back, even though that would be like at that point just narrative and like a narrative fall, like forced to the trash can.
Hang on.
Think about it.
Mangler,
They
what are
have
you doing?
body intact.
The server seems.
Now, and
The server seems to be. The server seems to be having some problems. I don't know if it's.
Can you hear me?
Me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No. Not the Discord server. The game server that I'm on. But I don't know. I don't know if it's me or if it's actually just because they're doing like maintenance or an update. Because they do have an update in September and it hadn't been released yet, so it might be happening today.
I wonder why I left.
Which if it does, crap.
Hang on.
Hang on.
I saw the post.
Oh, one of my games is in quick resume. Can't have that.
They get bitched out so much on that ending.
Hmm. All right. Now let me try this. We'll see if this is indeed a server problem. If it happens again, I will just switch to main campaign anyway. That's what we came here for today. Join in progress. Oh boy. It's funny how bad JJK fell off. Yeah, I wasn't really there for most of JJK, but I did see it fall off a bit. It got really, really popular in the beginning, and now that's ending, it's been less popular.
The problem is that he wants to end it this year. So it ended up being a position of where
Coming in.
the guy.
Alright, now I'm about to start getting up in there.
What's up? It ended up being a position where the guy just basically he wants to move on, and unfortunately, he's doing it like the worst way possible.
Guys, I can't push that bullet without help.
All right, Seb. Well, I'm gonna have to try and find it.
Chase.
But yeah, I saw there being a post about it, but it seems I can't find it on the internet. I can't find the original post I found it from.
Left in our spawn is
But according to the guys on the post, Riot said they were getting rid of.
motherfucker, dude. That Borg to one shot.
Is that game chat? It is.
Yes. I'm hearing them too, though you're probably hearing them better than I am.
Alright. Same plan. Group up. Let's push to the left here. Oh my gosh.
So Riot released it in a Vanguard update post, but Microsoft forcing that is going to force Riot to get rid of it because Riot literally cannot exist without being on a Windows PC.
Are you telling me that Microsoft once again saved one of your games? Isn't that weird how that just keeps happening for some reason?
Got a source for that claim, bro? How the fuck is he gonna save all the characters no one gives a fuck about but kill two characters that fanbase like, Fraud Kuna and Gojo? The worst is that he gave them both BS deaths. Nah, bro, I'm convinced Gojo just wanted to die. I think honestly the best thing the author can do is have one last panel with Gojo, or like not with Gojo, maybe with Yuji, where Yuji's like, I think Sensei wanted to die in that moment because there was gonna be nothing else for him after the fact. No, like the story, like his death would be so much better if he just openly admitted I wanted to die. He has no future after that. And the most powerful person who ever lived, the only man who could ever challenge him, is going to die in that fight. Yeah, I am 100% on the fence that Gojo was 100% just ready to die there. It's okay, Seb. We'll be able to go back to League of Legends soon. I miss Leagues. I do. I miss raging at my teammates. League of Legends used to be my relaxation game.
Way better. Good shit, team.
Hot take, Toji should have killed Gojo. I mean, he did, technically.
Help me. Nice, Nate. I was wondering where that fucker went, dog.
They're all coming. They're all coming. All coming. Need help so I can...
It's so weird hearing actual gamers.
Somebody hit a fucking nade.
Not gonna lie about hot take, JJK and all these fucking overedged new animes are just cheap. Like, they exploit deaths and violence to make up for they can't write good shit.
Got two. Oh my god. Triple.
The problem is that Gege didn't really want to write a story, he just wanted to write a power system and cool fights.
Right here, there's a bulwark. That's the only thing I need going.
Have you guys seen Tyler Nade's Bardock vs. Omni-Man video? No.
Oh no, I'm glitching.
Oh no,
What
he's
was that?
phasing through the world.
It was like a moonwalk.
Oh my gosh. Tag got me. That was my fault. I gave one.
This fight's really just... The fight between Bardock and Omni-Man is just going to come down to, do you think Omni-Man is fast enough
It's just group up.
and strong enough to hurt Bardock, or do you think Omni-Man is not? Because if you just think Bardock's stronger than Omni-Man, that fight might end in a draw. Because I'm actually kind of convinced Omni-Man could just outlast him.
I'm behind the bullet. Bullet's down.
So he just saw that he could have won, but also saw how he could die and decided that death was better than winning. So that sounds a little ridiculous on paper, but you have to understand that Gojo is alone in the world. Even though there are some people who care about him, he's so strong that no one else can ever relate to him. And he can't relate to them either. Because that gap in strength just prevents him from seeing the world the way they do. The only guy who ever had any idea of what that was like was just Sukuna. And in that moment, Gojo won the fight. Gojo already proved he could win. So he had already achieved everything he ever could have wanted. And also, it doesn't make sense how he didn't dodge it. So it would just make more sense to just write in the fact that Gojo let the attack hit him. Gojo's closest friend, besides like one girl, is dead. All of his close friends are dead. No, Gojo always felt like that. That's kind of the. So this is where the airport scene is kind of lame. The airport scene's a little lame because it makes Gojo seem like more of a dick than he actually was. But again, the author doesn't like Gojo, so character slander is kind of expected. But it works if we assume the idea that Gojo just wanted to move on because he had already made everything happen. Because I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all for a minute, and you might take this like coping, but Gojo absolutely won that fight. I don't care if he ended up dead afterwards. Sukuna killed him, but Gojo fucking stomped his ass out in that fight.
Isn't that kind of odd how the author doesn't like his own characters?
You know what? It kind of is, but as a writer who's kind of done like writing for a while, sometimes you just write a character and you don't expect it to really take off the way it did. I think Gojo would have been fine if, well, actually, because no, he doesn't like Yuji either. So
Perhaps he just has problems.
Well, no, JJK was never supposed to happen. It was supposed to be just Jujutsu Kaisen Zero. Have you ever seen that movie?
Yeah. Well, no, I haven't seen it, but I know what you're talking about.
That was supposed to be the entire manga, originally. But the premise was so popular that they fucking made him write a whole series.
Where did we leave off? Did I do Kodaku?
No clue. The only good edgy anime I saw recently was honestly Solo Leveling. Ironically, the only anime that feels kind of mature and real without using cheap violence. I'm not going to say anything on that one because Solo Leveling is either you like it or you don't. But I have heard both sides of that conflict. Anyways,
yes, there are 2 levels left.
Omni-Man would easily outlast him. Saiyans can't last for more than a few hours. Anyways, in that video, he states that while Omni-Man may be faster, but he unfortunately lacks the AP, strength, durability, beat, let alone hurt Bardock. Yeah. No, that's just the way it works. Like, this is one of those cases to where the speed blitz doesn't really matter all that much because fucking, Bardock, or fucking, Omni-Man tries to hit fucking Bardock and his fucking hand breaks, you know? Like, it's one of those cases. Mangler, why does your character insist on not telling his teammates about important information?
He has problems with trusting people after the events of Space Marine 1.
So,
because the last teammate he trusted turned him over to the Inquisition.
damn.
And the other one died by getting stabbed in the back by a chaos person.
So, to clarify, Aviator, Windows is saying they're going to get rid of current level anti-cheat. Riot said in a post that they're probably going to do it too because Windows is doing it. Although, that's from an update post I have to find.
So, at this point, it would be the case that you would just default to the position that Riot is going to get rid of it regardless, because they use Windows operating system, and most of their users would use Windows operating system. So they would have to get rid of it regardless, because the software is not going to support it anyway. Yeah, so take it away, ADG, GG. Apparently.
It wouldn't be in a Riot post directly talking about it. It would be in a kernel update or in a Vanguard update. I think post. Yeah, that's actually a pretty chill CO there. Actually, I thought he'd be more of a dick about it, but he seemed to be like chill about it.
I think he just wants to get rid of the Tyranids. When the Tyranids show up after a while, everybody's like, you know what? Do what you need to kill them. I don't fucking care.
Well, yeah, but like fucking the fact that he's all like, they did use them on Android too, but without the current level affliction part. Now that is a bit of fresh air. Nolan also has the ability to just fly into space. Yeah, Nolan can outlast him, but the problem is that Nolan's not gonna be smart enough to do that right away.
Also, Chaos has been showing up as well. So he at this point he has bigger fish to fry than his problems with Titus. Which his problems with Titus are very like minor at best. But pretty much everybody here wants Titus to succeed, regardless of his past history. And most of the Ultramarines don't blame him for what happened on Graia. It was really only Leandros.
Titus, the captain has put great faith in you with this mission. Should you reach the relay, your message to Lord Calgar may determine the course of this war. Choose your words wisely. It is your actions I will judge. I need not remind you of the consequences you suffered the last time. If you cannot trust in the will of the Primarch, then you are unfit for this duty.
After receiving my lecture, I am now enlightened.
He basically just told you, don't tell him to stop.
Plain for all to see. And now, I find you have a history of it.
Yeah, guys. Suck it. I am loyal to the Emperor. One might say, I'm more loyal than you are.
You're really gonna throw that idea their way? Just be like, I'm the loyalist guy here.
Yeah. I mean, I fought a Chaos dude in like Terminator armor.
We're just examining your recent diagnostic. But they are queries I must fulfill. Your survival is a profound mystery that must be. But that is where you are mistaken. Ruin is all around us, but I will soon depart for the Aurora facility.
Also, Barak does have his grade 8 form, which makes him even more stronger and more durable. Yes.
To ruin permanently.
Oh yeah, for anyone interested, you also have a lot of cutscene. You have a lot of settings here as well. You can turn your helmets on and off. I'm actually going to keep mine on. You turn off motion blur. You can control subtitles. There's a bunch of like interface stuff as well. This is just for the console version. I'm sure the PC version has like twice as many options.
So, Aviator, the League subreddit deletes a lot of the discussions around Vanguard. And anyone playing the game at this point doesn't care about Vanguard anymore. So it wouldn't matter if Vanguard's being removed or not. You wouldn't find it on the official League subreddit. But I'll check later and I'll link it to you. Go get picture for that one. Yo, it's fucking up. Because it wasn't the post itself talking about League talking about it. It was a guy in the post saying Riot talked about it in their recent Vanguard thing that they're moving away from the kernel level because of Windows. So I'd have to find the post that guy was talking about. But technically it wasn't the post itself. It was a guy on the post.
Lieutenant, the squad is ready. We are
Creo
yours
que
to
tengo un
command,
poder, ¿no?
Lieutenant. We will not fail you.
I'm just gonna play this mission, then the next mission. I don't think I'll do an operations today. Still in campaign mode, Mangler? Yes. I don't think Bardock should be capable of using his Grade 8 form. Because unlike Vegeta and King Vegeta, he doesn't have the ability to make satellite energy balls. You specifically need to give him a moon to make that happen.
Mangler.
Yes?
I know you haven't seen Dragon Ball in a fat minute, but Vegeta credits the creation of that technique to Bardock.
That would be incorrect then. Because he's not only never... Yeah, I know, but
that
like...
Bardock is a scientist, and that Bardock created the technique.
I understand, but that's not supported by Dragon Ball Super or even Dragon Ball Z's lore.
It is, because Vegeta tells us he's the one who made it.
No, because like they have multiple statements of him being a brilliant scientist, and when you see Bardock, he doesn't have... He's not presented as a scientist at all. He's a low-class warrior.
The problem is, regardless of that fact,
You gonna finish that sentence?
Well, no. I want to see what this fucking loser here's saying. Mm-hmm.
I sense doubt.
No, hang on. I want to hear what this fucking guy's gonna fucking pull up. I'm interested. But no, yeah. Regardless, the technique is credited to him.
I don't care. Like he's not presented as a scientist at all. I don't care. He's not presented as a scientist at all.
Fucking technique.
That's irrelevant because he's not presented as a scientist.
It doesn't.
I would argue that lore is just wrong.
No, that is not how you do it.
That is because he's not presented as a scientist at all. Whenever we see him near actual tanks with other scientists, they don't attribute him that way at all.
Mangler!
He's not even dressed like a scientist.
The technique! It's him! He gets the fucking technique!
No. Also, the Dragon Ball Super version also portrays him the same way that the movie did.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't believe they also have those statements either.
If they tell me he made the fucking technique, I am giving him his fucking technique.
Give me some statements from the actual Dragon Ball Z Kai anime. And if they don't quote Bardock as being a brilliant scientist, then fuck out of here.
Bro! Bro, you straight coping right now.
I'm not coping. He's
You
okay.
are
When is he ever portrayed as a scientist? At
okay,
all?
okay, hang on. Okay, fine. So he's not a very good scientist.
No,
However,
no, he's not presented as a scientist. You would
however,
never assume he's a scientist at all.
it's still his technique. Therefore, he still gets it.
But the basis of him making the technique is based on the fact that he's a scientist.
It don't matter if he's
It
still.
does,
It
because
don't
the
matter,
profession that would
because
give him the
if
creation
he-
of the feats
I
is
will
something he doesn't
fucking-
possess.
I will fucking murder you if he is accredited with the technique creation. Then why
Because he's a scientist.
fuck? It doesn't matter. It's still his technique.
How would he have created the technique if he wasn't a scientist to begin with?
It don't matter, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the creation of the technique. It is his technique. Therefore, he should be allowed to have it.
Bro, I'm gonna look up this stuff, and if I don't get the statement I'm looking for, I'm gonna throw your argument down the fucking drain.
No. Fuck you. I'm looking it up right now. Dragon Ball Z Kai Vegeta creates Moon. If it says Bardock created it, you can suck my fucking dick.
Hmm.
See?
You need not concern yourself with me, Lieutenant. I understand. Sir, why did you not tell us of your penance earlier?
Alright, I'm going to look at it on my phone so it doesn't pop up.
And now it is.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. I'll get to the source. You're bullshit right now.
Okay, hang on. Let me just do it myself.
I'm watching the
Do it.
video right now. Chill the fuck out. Keep playing. You're fucking on stream. I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah. I quit League. Oh, I forgot Samaj actually played League. Who is messaging me? Kind of. It sounds really funny from here. Yeah, I can hear that.
Stand aside.
Bardock is never attributed during the entire thing. No, he doesn't talk about it after he transforms. I know this for a fact. You'd be using Kai here, because Kai is the version that predates Super.
Kai's the motherfucker.
Yes, it is.
Arguing that the
It
official
was-
manga is not valid anymore.
It's literally, it was literally made specifically for Dragon Ball Super. That's the whole purpose of Kai.
Bruh.
Not arguing it wasn't valid. I'm just arguing that's not the source you would be using.
Damn, bro. Well, according to the Kai version, he's not attributed to it.
Yes, because the statement has to do with it being high-class warriors. The whole point of what Vegeta's referring to is that someone as powerful as him and only elites like him can do it. And
Alright,
Bardock
so
is specifically referenced as a low-class warrior.
Yeah, except that's bullshit, though, because we know he's as powerful as Nappa.
Okay, do you understand that the reason he becomes as powerful, or well, actually, he's more powerful than Nappa in the original movie? Do you know why he becomes that powerful, or how he becomes that powerful?
No, he's not. No, he's not. In the original movie, Bardock's power level was 10,000, and Nappa's power level was 10,000.
Well, no, Nappa's power level is actually 5,000. He's like twice as strong as Nappa.
No,
but
Nappa's power level is like no, it's not
Nappa's
5,000.
Nappa's 5,000. It is 5,000. Yeah, that's why he panics. That's why he panics when he when he realizes that Goku's power level is over 8,000 in the original manga and 9,000 in the anime.
No.
Yeah, it is. He's not 10,000. Well, okay, Nappa's not 10,000. Bardock is.
Okay, so but, you're actually wrong. But I'm not right either. It's 4,000.
Bro, that's even lower. How did the Z Fighters lose to that jump?
If Nappa's power level was only 4,000, then how was he able to keep up with Goku at all? Goku base's power level was 8,000, but when Nappa locked in and took the fight seriously, he's able to actually keep up with Goku. Fuck.
Power level there. Well, so I was going to say that Bardock... I don't remember what Bardock's initial power level is at the beginning of Bardock, the father of Goku, but after he basically suffers a near-death attack at the hands of Dodoria, it jumps up to 10,000. So he's not, like, on the mission where he's sent to his death to be killed, along with the rest of his squad. Well, technically, he's not sent there. His squad gets sent there, and they get ambushed by Dodoria's men.
Okay,
he almost dies, and then he's 10,000 after the fact.
No. So wait, what shut down? PLC shut down? Mangler, is this true?
No. It's literally receiving another update in like 2 days.
I'll say, because if it's shutting down, then I gotta get on that shit. But if it's not shutting down, then I'm good.
What in the... Who is saying this? They just did another banner event with more items.
I heard rumors it's closing. I mean, so the problem is that the game's been considered close to shutting down for a while because of reception, but I don't think they're losing enough money. But if they are...
That's also wrong,
well,
because
you and Devil have accounts. You can't replay story missions, can you?
No, but that's been a thing since launch, and that was a thing even in the 1.0 version. That's not where people get their replayability in the game from. Actually, wait, no. So technically, you can't replay the full cutscenes, but you can go through the memory archive and play like the entire mission parameters and the boss fights.
Just not the cutscenes? Is there any way to look at cutscenes in the game? There should be a movie viewer.
I think there might be. I'd have to go back in there and check, but you have the ability to see all the official descriptions for the missions as well, and the sequences for the missions as well.
Okay, so this is gonna be a weird position. His depiction of power level of 10,000 is what is demonstrated in the movie while he was serving under Frieza. But according to Akira Toriyama, Bardock was too weak to even be considered a middle-class Saiyan, which means he has to be weaker than Nappa. But there's also another problem with that, because Bardock and Super demonstrates... Yeah, Bardock and Super demonstrates feats and abilities that would put him above Nappa.
Bardock and Super has a weird... Like, have you seen what he does in the manga during the Granola arc?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, there's no way he's that fucking weak. He can't be that weak. It doesn't make sense.
Well, to be clear, there's a difference between Toei Animation's continuity and like the Dragon Ball Super version, because the original Dragon Ball Z has a bunch of new scenes and statements and dialogue that were never in the original manga, and Dragon Ball Supers has obviously like brand new content that was also never in the original manga. They're not really in the same like continuity necessarily.
From what I understand, in Super's continuity, the Bardock movie special is canon.
No, it's in GTs. GTs and
No,
original Z
no.
animes.
I mean when it becomes a Super Saiyan. Because apparently Bardock, I think, was confirmed to be the first Super Saiyan.
No, that one's for the original Z anime. So in the Daizenshu, they have confirmations that specific movies are canon to the Z anime, and it's like Bardock Father Goku, Future Trunks, and a few other ones.
No. The anime, well, unless the Daizenshu got remade recently, the animated movie where Bardock becomes a Super Saiyan wouldn't be listed in the Daizenshu because it wouldn't have been around at that point.
Yeah, but the movies in general are typically supposed to be like alternate timelines, according to Toriyama.
But from what I understand, the Super makes Bardock canon because I guess he's supposed to be the first Super Saiyan, but I'd have to double check.
I don't think he's never referenced by like Beerus or anyone in the thing as the first Super Saiyan.
Well, they wouldn't. Well, as far as we know, Beerus wouldn't even know the first Super Saiyan. He would just.
Well, I mean, like
he's
never mentioned at that. So you just be assuming that like, what is the second movie? Is it Bardock the Super Saiyan? You'd just be assuming that that's in Dragon Ball Super when we don't really have any like evidence that it is in that continuity. Now, I'd be fine with that if like it was acknowledged by some guide, or if it like. More so if it was created with like Dragon Ball Super in mind, because most of the movies nowadays are produced with Dragon Ball Super in mind. Not just like Battle of Gods or Resurrection of F, like Dragon Ball Superhero and things like what's it called? The Brawly, obviously.
Oh my God. How would Bardock be the first when there was Super Saiyan in the past? Bardock goes into the past. In
Bardock, the father of Goku, he gets sent back in time by Frieza's death ball for some reason. I don't know why. Like when Frieza throws the death ball at the planet to kill everybody, it kills every single person on the planet and obliterates the planet and kills Bardock. But then like Bardock gets sent into the past instead of dying. Like, he's the only one that gets sent there, too. Everyone else dies. I don't know why that happens.
Okay.
Ooh, Marksman Bolt Carbine.
Sí, no me atrás, sí, yo sé, no. Yo creo que más llega atrás.
Doesn't the guidebook for DB say that your power level needs to be 10,000 to destroy a planet? I'm pretty sure that statement is akin to normal sized planets, though. Earth is also considered a small planet, according to the guidebooks. So you would not have to have a power level of 10,000 to blow up the planet Earth in Dragon Ball. You would need something less than that. Also, wait, where did the power level 4,000 for Nappa come from? Did you get that from the Daizenshu, or was it like from like a...
It doesn't list the source, or at least like I didn't check for the source. I just Googled it, and the first answer came up on the wiki was 4,000.
Let's assume that's accurate. Then
that means the Z-Fires are a bunch of fucking chumps.
Well, yeah, they're not really that far away.
Because if I remember correctly, every Z fighter, by the time they fought the Saiyans, was as powerful, if not stronger, than Raditz.
They were more powerful than Raditz because they were killing the Cybermen who were equal to Raditz.
Well,
and they were usually able to one-shot them.
Every Cyberman, but one.
The funny thing is that everyone memes about Yamcha not killing him, but if you watch the fight, he shoots a Kamehameha at him and blasts him into the ground. And like he basically cripples the Cybermen. It's just because he wasn't paying attention that he gets grabbed by him. If he had been paying attention, he would have killed the Cybermen.
God, that will never not be funny.
The worst part about that is that technically proves that you could kill someone who's near your level with a similar level of power.
Well, I mean, yeah, you'd have to. That otherwise it wouldn't make sense.
Well, yeah, but you don't need to be at their exact level of strength. You could be weaker than them and still technically kill them.
Well, I mean, that's technically how the Raditz fight worked, because if I understand correctly, Raditz... Actually, can I also just say Raditz losing to any of the Z Fighters in his death was one of the stupidest fucking things imaginable? Because at the time...
kind of stupid.
Goku and Piccolo had a combined 800 power level at that point, maybe 900. Raditz was at 1200.
Yeah, there's even when they take off the weights. Sorry to interrupt you, but even when they take off the weights, he blitzes them with like an elbow blast. Like he's way faster than they are.
The fact
there's no reason they ever should have caught him.
Could hold him back at all is ridiculous.
No, the tail thing was actually a really creative way to go about fighting him. But the whole like, oh, I've got you in the maneuver because I'm holding your arms. It's like, no, you would just be too physically weak. Does that mean Frieza has some kind of time hacks? No, because you would have to argue that for every character that got hit by the death ball, and only Bardock is sent back in time, and we're never given an explanation why Bardock is sent back in time. It's never explained.
The assumption given is that because he could see into the future, that has something to do with it.
I don't think that's ever even stated in the film. That's just kind of like a fan theory.
Well, yeah, but it's like the only thing people have to go off, because it's fucking... Why didn't Raditz just fly? Well, to
because
be fair, Raditz...
reasons.
Raditz was a low-class warrior, I believe, or was he considered he wasn't an elite warrior, was he?
No, he was a low-class warrior. They made fun of him so much, so often for being weak.
You know,
when they're like, oh, they beat him, it's like, yeah, but you beat Raditz, who's a low-class warrior.
You know, can I just say, like, how do the Saiyans never figure out on their own they could just train to get stronger?
Because
like, how did no one ever figure out that we can just train and get stronger? Because it's always kind of implied that Saiyans only got stronger from battle and near-death experiences, but none of them, I guess, ever decided, hey, maybe I should punch the air for a couple hours.
Honestly, it's just like, it's one of those things where the more you think about it, the worse it gets, because Saiyans as a race should have been way more powerful than they actually were consistently. None of them should have been low, even if they were low-class warriors, they all should have had power levels well above where Bardock was sitting, just by training alone. It made sense that Frieza wanted to kill them, but it made absolutely no sense they were as weak as they were.
Maybe the reason Frieza wanted to kill them was because Frieza also realized that if they ever develop more than 2 brain cells, they might be able to get strong enough to challenge him.
Well, no, it is confirmed that the reason they wanted to kill them was because he was afraid of their power. Because he was convinced they could become powerful enough. But I'm just sitting here like, Frieza, you do realize like they've had centuries, thousands of years to manage their civilization effectively, and they still haven't produced someone powerful enough to kill you. And now you just gave them a perfectly good reason to.
To be fair, I kind of like the idea of Broly being canon, because I think it would have made a lot more sense if Frieza killed the Saiyans off, because they did produce a baby that strong, and Broly technically fit that margin.
I would have been fine with that if that was the explanation that was given, but I don't think even the new Broly movie, they have him kill him off for that reason. Well, Frieza just kills them off because he's so paranoid.
No, in the new canon, Beerus orders the destruction of the Saiyans.
Oh yeah, that's right. Which, that's still a better written decision than the original. I'll be fair. Like, it never made sense to me that even Frieza as he was, with all of his time, because Frieza's not an idiot. Frieza's been to multiple different planets. He knows he would have a threat level or some kind of database to determine whether or not the Saiyans as they are a threat. It never made sense, even if he was afraid of them, that they could have potentially harmed him at this time, because they had no reason to fear him, especially since they were outsourcing their piracy to other races. He could have just done business with them. He didn't even need to include them in his empire. So, like, it would only be profitable to have them around.
Frieza's
You didn't
fears
even need to
also-
make them slaves.
Frieza's fears also make less sense when you realize that Frieza's in his base form is probably more powerful than the combined might of their entire nation or civilization. Which also gets worse because you realize that Frieza could train for a month and become vastly stronger than they could ever hope to achieve in their lifetime.
Something that he admitted that apparently was possible, but he never needed to do it. And I'm like, bro, if that's the case, why were you not like exponentially stronger than them during the Namek saga? Every time you got mad, why didn't your power level just double or triple?
So the problem, Jeremy, is that we've learned from Frieza and Super that there is no reason he should have ever been concerned.
And if he was, he still should have just outsourced them as a piracy group, like an independent thing that was operating with his nation through like trade relations and his empire, like an alliance with his state, especially through business. That would have not only been profitable, the Saiyans never would have had a reason to go after them because he would have been their biggest buyer. They still would have been doing all the same things that he would have, and they never would have had a reason to fight him. They would have loved Frieza because Frieza would have been like, hey, here's a bunch of planets I'd like you guys to raise. I'll pay you. They'd be like, sick. There is literally no reason for Frieza to ever kill the Saiyans, and there's no reason for the Saiyans to ever rebel against Frieza if Frieza used like 2 of his brain cells. That's why Beerus ordering the destruction of their planet makes a lot more sense, because Beerus is like, I have a reason to kill them because the Saiyans eventually are going to produce someone that can like do this, and I'm concerned. So, bam. Frieza's like, oh, whatever, monkeys. Guess you'll die.
Remember that he matched the Master Martial Arts Goku even though he had never learned to fight in his life?
Well, Titus is acting like we're not being massacred right now.
No, but this is a stupid fucking that guy's position's fucking stupid. Why does he care about glory? He should be caring about protecting like fucking the Imperium.
What, the Gedriel?
Yeah. The glory arguments are so fucking
Dumb.
yeah.
Should have been Alpha Legion. Just performed the most efficient task necessary to protect the Imperium. Oh, more Tyranids. Yeah, so I was just saying that it never quite made sense to me that Frieza, in practice, with running his empire, especially when a lot of it was based for money reasons, was not just like, hey, it would be very, very profitable and very efficient for my empire for me to just hire the Saiyans. When that's literally what the Saiyans were already doing.
Remember that he matched the Master Goku, though, even though he had never. Okay, so to be clear, Goku was always on the back burner, and by the time they never. Actually, so the funny thing about Goku and Frieza, they are never in an even position throughout the entire fight. Either Frieza is vastly stronger, or Goku is. There's never quite an even point.
When he shows up to fight him after they have a bit of a back and forth, and then they get down to the main Blue Plains area, Frieza admits to him that he's like, I'm not even using half my bull power. In fact, I'm barely even using a third of it. And then he starts like restricting himself, and Goku's like, oh god. And then Goku has to use Kaioken times 20 in order to match him. And then that doesn't work. He's like, okay, I gotta use the Spirit Bomb.
The fight that was split
Like,
in Zim's opinion, Xeno versus Dante, Xeno's not that strong. He's never demonstrated anything beyond that like level. And that's not
We're
really
talking about
Yeah,
the Omni King?
Yeah.
Like, the guy that's like feetless outside of the Goku Black Arc?
Also, I'm pretty sure he's admitted he can't see half the fighters without special material. Bro, Dante will fuck that kid up.
Zim, I don't know. My opinion might be split. I think he might be able to make Dante flinch a little bit.
Yeah, probably because when he turned on the fucking light show, Dante's gonna cover his eyes. Xeno's not that strong, like, at all. Actually, I take it back. If we assume Xeno reigns supreme over the whole cosmology, including the like fucking Xenoverse, which is ironic because like I don't even think it's spelled the same.
It's actually spelled the same. Actually, no, it isn't because it's spelled with an X.
Yeah. Even if you believe Xeno's 5D, Dante would be stronger than 5D.
You can't even get 5D from that. Even from Xenoverse.
No, you can get 5D from Xenoverse, because Xeno would be above everything in Xenoverse, and there's like a fucking creature that I think sees the fourth dimensional like world as fucking fiction.
No, it just sees, it's just above the timelines, but it's not in a higher realm. It's just capable of destroying the infinite timelines of the
destroy
multiverse.
The entire universe and timeline. All right, cool story, bro.
Yep, it's impressive. So it's at the top of the power system. In fact, there's nothing stronger than destroying a single timeline or a universe. How do I get up there? Oh wait, I have a jump pack. I have mastered the jump pack now. Alright, Cadians, time to be useful.
No. Even then, we wouldn't be split on that because Xeno's not outer. So even if you want to believe the idea that Mangler argues for outer and I argue for complex multi, like it wouldn't matter because Xeno's still too weak to matter.
Why would that affect? Yeah, why would that affect how we? You seem to misunderstand that. Like the main problem is scaling Xeno specifically, not Dante. Nothing in Dragon Ball's cosmology even touches like the bottom of DMCs, except for maybe the main universe. It doesn't even destroy the timeline because the time machine still works. Oh yeah, like even Xeno erasing the timeline is contentious because there's still a point in time that it exists for the timeline to go to, and the time machine still manages to arrive there. So there's still time in a place where he supposedly erased time.
Yes.
Granted, he probably destroyed like the actual like macrocosm itself with the flow of time that runs through it, but he didn't destroy the overall timeline that exists around it. It's okay, Zim. We'll be done with the Tyranids soon. Oh, no, he shot me out of the air. No, my stupid Space Marines didn't do their job. There we go, we got him.
He doesn't even destroy the timeline. Did he touch KDA's feet? What the fuck? Oh. I don't know, that whole timeline eraser thing's kind of weird. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
Yes. That Synapses creature should have died right there. Oh, I guess he didn't die because of this one's over here.
So I like how he sent a squad of 3 to go kill the Tyranid hive mind, knowing damn well he's probably going to fail and you're going to have to go kill him anyways.
Actually, in the operations missions, they succeed in killing the hive tyrant.
Oh, do they?
Yes. But their first endeavor fails. They drop a bridge on it, and it doesn't do anything to kill the Hive Tyrant.
I could have told them that.
Well, this isn't the Swarm Lord. This is the Hive Tyrant. This is something much weaker than the Swarm Lord.
Oh, I guess I'm just used to a higher class of Tyrannid. My apologies.
Yeah, that they send you after base Tyrannids, Tyrannid Warriors, Carnifexes, and Hive Tyrants. You technically have fought stronger Tyrannids.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Well, actually, I was curious, what do you fight in Battle Sector? Like, do you just fight a normal Tyrannid fleet?
You fight the leftovers of Leviathan.
Okay. You fight the Swarm Lord?
Let me take a look, actually. I'm not sure. It's been 5 minutes I played the game. Let me look up all Tyrannid units.
Bare minimum, you would have to fight a Hive Tyrant, because the Hive Tyrant is the commander of the forces on the ground. Well, technically, you don't have to fight the Hive Tyrant if you can fight where the fleet is and destroy the fleet. But technically, if the Hive Tyrant is still around, there will be a synapses connection on the ground. Assuming it isn't broken or anything.
Yeah, we fight a Hive Tyrant.
Okay, yeah. That's what I expected. It'd be very unusual if you didn't. It also fells several stories with a bridge on its back. Yes. That Hive Tyrant has some great durability feats. Oh, here we go.
Chakra versus Cursed Energy. Okay, so I will watch that later, Rock and Alice, but I would like to clarify, I have not finished reading Naruto, and I also vaguely know JJK. I do know JJK's energy system is dog shit, though, so it can't be worse than Naruto.
But did you start reading Naruto at all, though?
I did.
You have?
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. If I just stop fucking... I could probably finish Naruto, like, by the end of the month if I really want to. I just don't feel like dropping the hours on it right now, because I still have to get through the Fist of the North Star guidebook translations. So...
I need to start JJK once it finishes.
I made a live stream saying I have every guidebook Fist of the North Star, but I'm technically missing one. But the guy who owns the guidebook in the server is like, don't worry about it, it's not necessary. So I'm gonna chill for now, but I will get that guidebook later.
I'm gonna say maybe hot take. That guy's probably wrong. Because everyone in this server that you've mentioned doesn't seem to understand or value accurate information.
That's true.
And from what you tell me, they seem to make claims that are consistently wrong all the time. And they keep telling you don't need these guidebooks, and you keep finding stuff in these guidebooks that is valuable. So I don't know, it just...
That is true. That is true. You bring up a valid point, Mangler. You bring up a very valid point. A very strong...
That being said, I understand it might be a little
I'll have to
pricey.
Yeah, well, I mean, the guidebook's probably not that pricey. It's probably only like, it might be $60, I'm not sure. But I mean, I'll just have to order it later then. I need to save money to finish up my next deck with Yuhin, and also I need to finish the book too, because that's the reason I didn't stream yesterday, and probably why I won't be doing any solo streams this week or next week, because I really want to get that book done. I want to get it out this month, but unfortunately I'm going to have Kyle proofread it again, and Kyle takes fucking forever on the proofreading. Although, allegedly, if what Kyle told me was true, there is, I guess he's justified in taking forever, allegedly. Allegedly. I think Aviator already went to sleep. Newhan and me have updated a bunch of cards, so that's good. I had to explain the rules of how to play the game a little better, because I think I'm bad at it.
I finished 3 more Warhammer books in the last week or so.
He's there. He's still aviating.
Oh. You thought he was gone, but he was in fact not gone.
Mangler, how do you feel about one-man army noob tubes and MW2? Perfection. A blessing from the gods, really.
Funny. I think he asked me actually.
Perfection, a blessing from the gods, really. This is Mangler's quote. I'm quoting Mangler on this one.
They could be fun. I think there probably should have been a cap on the amount of times that you could spin a class.
No.
But I actually like the idea of one-man army as a perk. I don't think it's that horrible as people said. Like, I don't think it's like horrible for balancing purposes. It just needed a bit of a cap.
Well, no, the reason I was asking is because I might like, you're not gonna make new cards. You would just update the pictures on the cards. I mean, they have the same artwork and everything, so I might send that your way soon if you want to make some quick cash. I doubt it would take all that long for you.
Oh yeah, Charon. No. My ass needs to be revived.
Oh yeah. How do I check if my PC can run this game? Do you guys have any? You guys know any websites that check PC specs or anything like that? Because like I don't mind paying for this game if I can run it. I just don't know if I can run it or not.
Oh. Yeah. This is This is questionable.
Mangler's getting stomped out. Oh, speaking of breakfast, I should probably start getting ready to make my own breakfast. It won't be as crazy as Samage's, but you know, I'll have a nice little brekkie.
Dude, why is it taking so long to reload a gun? I normally take this long. Yes. He fell down.
I thought Space Marines are unstoppable super soldiers, but since Mangler said that Space Marines can die by a simple grenade now, I'm starting to doubt about them being unstoppable. I can tell you right now, as someone who witnessed the death of several Space Marine brothers, they are not unstoppable. God, no, they are not unstoppable.
The legends of their veracity has been somewhat exaggerated.
I don't cook for myself like this every day, if that makes you feel better. I'm gonna have a peanut butter sandwich for breakfast, so fuck you, Samaj.
I think even in this game, we literally see a Primus Marine, or Primaris Marine, which is a Space Marine that's received several augmentations and is much stronger than a standard Space Marine, die to like a C4 explosion from a laptop that's standing in front of him. Full armor and everything. And I know it was made by Chaos, so it was meant to kill him, but like, it still doesn't change the fact that it would have not been like a standard military grade weapon, because it's not a bolter, it's not a turret, and it's not like a heavy explosive. It's just a bomb concealed inside of a laptop. So the fact that that killed him means they are not really as like armored as you might think.
I wonder if Pimp Demon's doing well. I haven't seen him in a few days.
Fast food sucks. Depends on the fast food.
Actually,
it's not healthy for you, for sure.
Actually, you talked to Pimp Demon recently, right? How's he doing?
He's doing all right.
That's good. Unless you are Vulcan, then you don't get enough rep. Why the fuck are you talking about Vulcan?
How does Vulcan not get enough rep? He's literally the guy that just you can't kill. He gets all the rep in the world. Bro.
He needs more rep.
He does not need more rep. That is wrong.
Am I the guy that you can kill? I don't know. Are you?
Now I feel like Helldivers versus Space Marine is a fair matchup than before. That depends on how strong their weapons are.
Probably. It's a fair matchup, yeah.
Like when I talk about Space Marines, usually like losing certain matchups against other super soldiers, I'm usually referring to like the default Space Marine. Not so much like stronger ones, though. Granted, unless they're wearing a Terminator armor, they're like, you know, a chapter master decked out with like shitloads of custom weapons. It's not usually going to make a difference.
I still have to beat that I still have to beat that Warhammer XCOM game where you play as the Grey Knights or something. I think is what they're called.
Yes, it's Chaos Gate. I have it. I'm going to play it on stream.
Well, I was playing it on stream, but fucking no one watched it, so I was like, I should really beat this game on my own since I did like playing it.
Could we do co-op?
Unfortunately, I don't think the game does co-op unless you want to do some silly roleplay shenanigans where I tell you where to
Heresy. Silly roleplay shenanigans? That sounds kind of fun. Hang on. Let me just,
Yeah, you seem a little busy over there.
Let me just kill these guys real quick.
I know Captain America can wreck a group of Space Marines, especially if we're using the 616 comic book version.
Captain America is not a normal superhuman, so I think that's a little bit more fair. Okay. I think that's all the Tyranid. Like, oh, never mind. That is not all the Tyranid.
It's never all
I've worse.
Tyranids. I've learned they never stop.
I do love that they keep giving you ammo crates. They're like, yeah, we know you're going to fight Tyranids forever. Here's an infinite ammo crate. Have fun.
You see a lot of game journalists give this game a 6 and a 5 out of 10.
Have they now?
Yeah, this game has been given middle of the road reviews, but Gollum received a 7 out of 10 from IGN.
Oh, it is easier. I don't really understand that when like they could have just played on normal and it would have been fine. I understand some of them are like, oh, play on veteran because it's the way the game is meant to be played. Like, yeah, but the game is meant to be difficult. So if you can't handle that, get out of the fucking kitchen.
Every game should have a predetermined game journalist difficulty setting.
That's what easy mode is for.
No, it's a little too hard for them.
Like, I don't know how difficult it is to be like, hey, okay, here's the mode if you want to get through the story and give a review of the game. Here's the mode if you want a little bit more of a challenge. Here's the intended difficulty of the game. And then here's like the super hard mode. But to be fair, Space Marine told you what the intended difficulty was, so they have only themselves to blame if it was too difficult.
How dare you?
This game also thrives in co-op. That might be why they were suffering a little bit. Because it's a very different experience on co-op.
I can't wait for when Black Widow will get Outer feet, or at least an alternate version that has Outer.
It's not going to happen.
It'll happen eventually. You know what? I thought that guy was bigger.
The Carnifex?
Yeah, they look a little bigger in, they're a little bigger in, Battle Sector.
Might be because you're looking at them from up above.
Can Tyranids just get bigger on their own? Like, Tyranid sizes aren't, like, set in stone, right? They can get bigger with how much biomass they eat.
Yeah, it depends on the biomass.
But they don't
depends on what they've
upgrade
been programmed.
classes. They don't upgrade classes, though, do they? They stay the same, they just get bigger?
Yes and no. If they get more upgrades in the field, they can get bigger. Or they have to be built with a specific physiology to adapt in that way. But usually on like a wave-to-wave basis over the course of battle, some of them will get bigger. Because they'll just keep sending in more Tyranids that have bigger sizes. It's just like the individual small Tyranids that you see won't become large. They're not like orcs.
Yes.
All right. There we go. Away goes your arm. I'll take that off real quick. And that off. And then you're dead now.
I'm back. Before I
You
could
just missed the death of the Tyranid.
There's another one,
Oh.
it seems.
There's another 3, actually.
Perhaps you should have said less.
I knew they were coming, but I actually forgot in this case.
I knew they were coming
Oh.
because I've faced Tyranids before. The fuck is going on? The fuck?
The other team in the operations mode killed the Hive Tyrant.
Good job, other team.
Yeah, so the operations missions are actually other squads that you're deployed with that are happening simultaneously.
Yeah, humans Marvel DC comics can be really broken since they really don't scale into high top tiers of AP, strength, and durability. They still scale to them in speed. Not to mention that some human characters in Marvel DC have insane axes.
Vulcan lives, Vulcan lives, Vulcan lives. Yes, he does live.
Good job, Mangler. Through no
Wait.
work of your own, the Tyranid threat has been dealt with by a different squad.
Don't say it like that. Makes me feel worthless.
Good job.
I'm taking this.
How long are you gonna be streaming today, Mangler? Probably like another 3.5 hours, probably.
Depends on how long it takes to finish this last mission. Because the last mission is a doozy.
So I was spoiled a little bit on YouTube because you're playing this game, where apparently there is going to be, I guess, some more conflict among your group.
I need no commendation.
Yes.
Is that right?
I forget where this mission goes.
Lieutenant, upon completion of this mission, I request transfer to another squad.
Ladies and gentlemen, better Leandros. Leandros, if he had actually legitimate concerns and problems.
I didn't realize how hard DMC3 is. If you lose, you have to restart the whole mission. Fucking Virgil. Yeah.
It's the case in like every DMC game, though.
I like how he's like, I request transfer. Yeah, because I'm the guy who can transfer you, right? Why don't you tell it to the fucking captain?
Well, you still need to let your captain know, like, it's common courtesy. Oh, yes.
Their path, the chance to
Where's that power sword?
I'll say. Don't you respawn last checkpoint in 4? You can. Mangler, you're not a librarian. Put that power
As
sword
if you
away.
press continue, but there's a continue function for every game from 3 onwards.
Yeah,
But typically people just restart.
it depends on what version of the game you chose.
Yeah, so in 3 there's a yellow and there's a gold function.
The hell's
If
going
you
on
chose
here?
yellow, you don't get continue. If you chose gold, you get continues. It also changes out your gold orbs function.
Wait, Calgar?
Yes.
Oh, he's a card of magic. Are we gonna be told what the message is?
No. But you don't need to.
Wait, so do you ever find out what the message is or no?
I don't think you find out what the message is, but the message gets sent, I'll assure you.
Look, it's where Tyus' chickens come back to bite him.
There's no continue using yellow and switch version. You only continue with gold orbs, you have to restart the fight. Yeah, that's how the system works. It's either continues with golds or no continues with yellows. The switch version isn't different in that regard.
Gold
The only thing
orbs
that's different about the switch version is the style switching function.
Yellow version is harder technically, but gold orb's just the better version.
Yeah, mainly because of the continue function.
That
And
message
also because your
gets
gold
those
orbs
epic
actually do what they're
responses.
supposed to.
Wait. Calgar's a Primarch?
No, Calgar's the chapter master of the
Well,
Ultramarines.
Yeah, that's what I assume, because he's not called a Primarch in the Magic game, he's just a random fucking guy. Didn't you not betray anyone on Gray?
No, I didn't betray anybody at all. This guy's painted me out to be Thanos.
You know this guy?
No, he knows me.
When the final antagonist is talking all this shit and you're just like, do I know you?
It's kind of how it is with every Chaos Space Marine. They're like, oh, I've heard so much about you. It's like, well, congratulations. I don't know who you are. But I do know you're about to die.
For example, Captain Mega Vibranium Shield, Wolverine's Adamantium. Umbrella still besting with Gold Loops because when it covers the combos you can do to Virgil, you can't do 2 vertical slash moves. It's way too fast recovery. Yes, Jeremy. Bunch of shenanigans. Krillin versus Saitama? Saitama takes that. Actually, yeah, Saitama should take that nowadays.
Unless you scale him to Super Saiyan Blue Goku.
Well, apparently Saitama might have 4D scaling now, I guess.
Not entirely. I mean, he hasn't fought the Void guy just yet, unless I have not up to date.
But yeah, a little bit to an earlier conversation, but the best way to realize how space marines actually operate and how they're not that invincible, just play any of the games. Any of the games will show you that they are not that crazy.
Or read literally any one novel. Actually, no. Read a Guardsman novel. Just read it and see how long it takes the Guardsmen to kill Space Marines.
They can't all be Caiaphas Cain after all.
Well, it's like, if they're all invincible, how do they get killed by the dozens, by the hundreds, by Guardsmen all the time, consistently? And not just normal Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines that have not just their standard armor, but also have, like, Terminator armors and Dreadnought armors. How is it possible that these things are happening if they're, you know, such, like, one-man armies? Or even tanks. Doesn't really make sense the more you think about it. Can you... Wow, this takes a lot less time when you... Or a lot more time when you don't have, like, 2 people shooting him at the same time.
Damn. Shouldn't the guy with the dreadnought armor be everyone? Mangler's not too good.
No. There are things that are more powerful than a dreadnought. Well, a dreadnought typically beats most ground troops until you introduce like a Titan or until you throw in like a bunch of assault cannons. Because you could weaken a dreadnought over time if you shot it with bolters or grenades. You guys have to understand that like every tank, like every weapon or every fortification in the military or in a military, unless it's designed the way that a highly advanced race is, like the Necrons or the Forerunners, every part of that material is going to have some part of the material where it like the parts are connected, where it's weaker in some places. It's going to have weak spots. And the structural integrity of that thing is going to break down after it takes more and more hits over a long period of time.
Mangler, would you play
So
Batman Arkham Knight?
Maybe once I'm done with all my games.
So you're saying
It'll
DMC4
be a while.
Dante's grenade level? Majin, there's actual space marines called dreadnoughts. There's actual dreadnought armor in Warhammer.
I'm also referring to like sci-fi faction technology here. I'm not referring to like hack and slash characters or like other characters that are actual like supernatural. Good night. Did you explode? There we go. Dreadnought armor is repurposed Minor Runner. The Eldar actually sing their armor from Wraithbone. Yes.
So you're saying I'm not taking the piss? It doesn't matter if you are or aren't. I don't know how much you know about Warhammer. And to be honest, it wouldn't be like the first time you've done a fucking crazy leap.
Okay.
The Eldar actually sing their armor from Wraithbone, Miner's equipment. Yeah, general armor is just Miner's equipment.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Ooh. Be better.
Oh, I gotta start over? Bro.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to bring nothing but sniper rifles to these boss fights. Sniper rifle does ludicrous damage. This bolter's not too bad though. Okay, we're doing damage this time. Got you. Fuck off. Oh, my goodness. Hold on one sec. I'll answer the chat in a moment. Once I finish killing this sorcerer. What the hell? I don't remember this section of the fight.
Finally beat Virgil. Good job. Oh, yeah, Mangler, since Necrons are able to kill old gods who can create life and can beat Catan, who can eat stars, does that put them at star level or higher?
No. That's a massive extrapolation there. We're also never shown how they kill the old ones. We're just told that they do.
Wouldn't we just assume they're stronger or as strong?
No, that because the Necrons kill everything using their technology. They don't kill it using physical force or psychic energy. And technically their technology can manipulate like everything in reality. So they don't have to they typically don't kill you using conventional force.
I see.
Oh, that'd be like me scaling the in stats every single Forerunner to the precursors because they genocided the precursors. Like that just doesn't really make any sense considering everything we know about their faction, and also that this is a sci-fi verse. So most likely every feat is going to be accomplished using technology, not like a fist fight.
Okay, counterpoint, the Necrons are technology, therefore it should scale to them.
Not like that. Well, good effort. I appreciate the effort. Is checkmate? Is that what you're saying?
Checkmate, Mangler.
Never been checkmated so hard in my life that I am at a loss for words. We also know some of the old ones went to create the Warhammer, the world of Warhammer Fantasy. Saitama versus the Savior. Saitama would probably lose that. not really that difficult to determine when something is touched by the mark of chaos. It usually is screaming, covered in purple glowy shit, and has like weird occult signs. Maybe someone needs to tell the Space Marines that, like, just sit them down and give them a lecture about how chaos is rather obvious and is actually horrible at marketing itself. So it should be pretty easy for you to spot it if you spot, like, these specific things. And here are the times where something might seem like chaos, but it's actually a psyker just gone wrong. But due to that damn ecclesiarchy and a lot of the Inquisition, a lot of the lines between chaos and just a person that's using psyker powers or is like warp attuned are blurred, and people just assume they're the same thing. They're like, oh, you're a psyker? You must be summoning demons. They're like, wait, no, I haven't hurt anybody. And then bam, death. Dude, the Leviathan got me a Trickster and didn't get me when I started walking normally. Trickster so bad. What did you get hit by? Specifically, the lasers? Also, are you, like, what difficulty are you playing on? Because Leviathan, his health and the difficulty of his boss largely depends on the difficulty you're actually on. He shouldn't have that much health on, like, even hard mode. On DMD, though, he's a little sus. A little sus. Wait, is that a higher ranking officer than me admitting that I was correct? Hold up, can we get this on tape? Can I get a replay of that? Normal mode, haven't unlocked DMD yet. Oh, this shouldn't be that bad. You have to escape from his head. Oh! You're in the tunnel. Well, actually, Trickster shouldn't be that... Trickster should be pretty good in the tunnel. The boss room, not as much, but the tunnel, yeah, you just run away. Don't fight the head. Wouldn't the Space Marines have FTL scaling since they fought the Chaos Space Marines and Chaos Guardsmen who have lasers and powers? No. Because the Chaos Space Marines are never shown to have the ability to dodge las guns. Or las rifles. In fact, they're consistently tagged by them all the time. They don't have any statements that they're capable of dodging them, and they're never presented as being able to move that fast visually. I would argue that they get tagged by bolter rounds all the time. There's allegedly some feats out there of Space Marines or specific Space Marines being able to cut bolters out of the air. But even those, I find dubious at best, considering the entire Horus heresy literally happens because 8-something traitor Space Marine legions decide to go to war with the rest of the Space Marines in the Imperium. By the very nature of the Horus heresy, it is illogical to assume that Space Marines are fast enough to react to bolter rounds. Because the standard issue weapon of the Space Marine Legions is a bolter round. This is like the equivalent of saying, like, every single character can dodge in every army can dodge the projectiles of the other army they're fighting. It's like, well, then how do any of them get hit? It's not like one person that we're talking about here, like one named character where we might have some problems that we can discuss and maybe some nuances. It's every single soldier in each person's army that you'd be arguing are that fast. But yeah, the laser thing obviously is not really accurate. Space Marines have been killed with las rifles before. They've been hit with them consistently. They don't have any statements that they're fast enough to dodge them. I don't think even Custodes have statements that they're fast enough to dodge lasers. The only ones that have statements that are fast enough to dodge them, I think, are very specific Primarchs, like Sanguinius. Sanguinius, I believe, has statements and parts of his feats in the Horus Heresy, where he gives some of his power to one of his blood angels, and his blood angel sees the world from the prospect of Sanguinius, and he sees the lasers moving in slow motion.
Of heresy.
But that's like Sanguinius.
Lieutenant will answer. Your sergeant believed otherwise. I was mistaken. You attempted to incapacitate your lieutenant. Thank the Emperor I failed. And now, the only individual capable of reaching Lord Calgar is dead. By your hands. I will be watching all of you. Should I suspect
I cannot be held responsible for this, Chaplain.
of corruption?
Yes, I'm right.
This loser over here.
Hesitate as you did.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You are dis.
I fucked this guy up.
Yes.
All I'm saying, Blood just won't stand for this shit.
They'd be too busy giving into the blood rage, you're right. Or the black rage. Not the blood rage.
This man opened his mouth once, and every blade was goes into a fucking blood rage. Or black rage, my apologies.
I was always under the impression that it was called the blood rage, since they were the blood angels. Why do they call it the black rage?
I don't know.
Is that just
Did Sanguinius like wearing black?
Well, no, Sanguinius wears like red and gold. I guess what he saw was black,
No.
so
I
maybe
think
he's just like,
I think they call it the black rage because you just die afterwards, basically. Like, it's basically a death sentence, so, you just go to black.
Overwhelming enemy numbers on Demerium.
you fade to black like the Sopranos.
There have stirred the wrath of the second company.
Yes.
We will inflict upon the traitors such agony, the likes of which they have not seen since the burning of Prospero. They will suffer.
You know, I kind of find it sad that they still use Prospero as a victory towards the traitors when that what happened on that planet was a fucking tragedy. Sorry, what did you say? Basically, at least the surface level of what I'm aware of, I'm about to get to the novels where the Thousand Sons are in the Horus Heresy, but basically they were in the process of, according to Magnus, they had just tried to contact Horus when he was in his coma, and he was basically being manipulated by Erebus to betray the Emperor. And then after the sacrifices and the things that he did, the Council of Nicaea censured the people on Prospero from being able to perform psychic warping and stuff like that. And then eventually they sent what is it called? Not Lehman Russ. What's his face? Rogel Dorn was actually supposed to be sent to bring him before Terra so that the Emperor could talk to him. He wasn't actually going to be held accountable for any of the Psyker stuff. The Emperor wanted him back at Terra so they could complete the Webway project. But Horus intercepted the messenger after he fell to Chaos, and he sent Lehman Russ there with his Space Wolf Legion to annihilate everyone on Prospero. So when it happened, Magnus thought the Emperor sent Lehman Russ to kill his sons. So he literally thought he'd been betrayed by the Emperor, but it was actually Horus stabbing him in the back. So the entire fight was just like a plot orchestrated by Horus to take Magnus off the board.
I see.
And I guess everyone else just kind of implies that it's like, oh yeah, the Thousand Sons turned out to be traitors anyway, so they were probably, the Lehman Russ was just doing what the Space Wolves always do, and that's killing traitors. But in reality, it was more like, no, that's not what happened. I have the Thunder Hammer. Because Magnus was the most dangerous. Yes, Horus realized that Magnus, with his Psyker abilities, as well as his Thousand Suns Legion, was extremely dangerous. And since Magnus had tried to stop Horus from falling to chaos and betraying the Emperor, he knew Magnus was loyal to the Emperor. So he's like, there's no point in trying to turn him over, because he actively tried to stop me from betraying the Emperor. So we need to take him out first. That's why they intercepted the message. If they hadn't intercepted the message, Magnus would have just been brought to Terra, or most likely would have complied and been brought to Terra. There never would have been a raising of Prospero. And then ultimately, they would have completed the Webway project. Mankind's salvation would have been achieved. The Horus Heresy would have been stopped in like a few battles, because now the Emperor would have been able to navigate all the people through the Webway. They no longer would have to use the warp.
Well, that's cool.
Yes. That's why the Emperor was on Terra. He was building the Webway. He was in the process of completing the project. Magnus destroyed it on purpose because he was trying to warn the Emperor about what was happening to Horus and the Traitor Legions. He didn't want to, but he was destroying it because he was trying to tell him, like, Father, we're being betrayed. You need to know what's going on out here. But that's just because the Emperor was a really bad person at communicating. If he had gone to Prospero by himself, then there wouldn't have been this issue. That's a nice cheeky nod to the first game. The Codex Astartes does not support this action, but I am looking forward to it.
You almost killed me? Hang on now, don't get ahead of yourself. Chat, make no mistake, if you are ever on the verge of death and someone tries to kill you, you assert dominance by making it seem like they never had a chance. Trust me, chat, you'll thank me for this.
This right here, Zim, is a great feat. Magnus did nothing wrong. Up until the point that he became a demon, he did nothing wrong. After that point, debatable. Here we go. Oh, that's a fucking dragon. I don't want any of that.
Then kill it right now.
A little too late to turn around. Oh. You guys have fought Cerberus. I think Roll Guard Sword Master is still the best, but that's probably because of my first Switch playthrough. No weapons, no upgraded styles. Like, Gunslinger Shotgun didn't do anything to its head, and you probably weren't aiming it correctly. Even the base shotgun will blow away its Cerberus's head pretty easily. Not into the doppelganger quiz over yet. So which Mangler, which chapter is your favorite? I don't really like chapters so much. I don't have like a favorite chapter. I like legions. I'm kind of one of the guys that very much stands with Rogel Dorn on the premise that the Codex Astartes splitting the chapters into regiments of 1,000 people each was a stupid idea. So I tend to attach myself more to the original legions than I do to, you know.
Don't let the salamanders hear you say that.
Bro, the salamanders don't have room to talk when they have like a freaking legion that literally eats their own dead. Or when they have a chapter that eats their own dead.
Salamanders
Almost
fuck you up.
every almost every like legion aside from maybe the ultramarine, well actually no, the ultramarines, well okay, no, the lamenters I think are someone else. Almost every legion that has successor chapters have had good successor chapters and successor chapters that basically are like chaos chapters because they do things like eating their dead, killing an excessive amount of people for no reason at all, doing weird pain-based torture rituals to themselves to enforce loyalty or some other stupid shit that none of the original legions ever did.
Sounds like you don't appreciate loyalty to the Emperor.
There are plenty of ways to do that without losing your mind.
Guardian Boudreaux go to weapon, if you say so.
Debatable. I think Mangler is the secret villain in the series that turns him into a demon. You think I turned Magnus into a demon? Is that what you're claiming? That I am a sus imposter among us? It's quite the allegation.
He admitted it, chat.
I have said nothing.
His silence speaks volumes.
Yeah. Well, I hate to burst your bubble, but I have not, in fact, turned Magnus into a demon.
How do you know he was a demon then?
Because I am Alpharius. And I know everything.
This is
I'm dead. You have not seen the Alpharius memes, have you?
I have not.
They're very, very funny. Basically, his entire legion is supposed to be like subterfuge and deep cover, and he has all of his legionnaires refer to themselves as Alpharius. So when they sneak into other legions, they're when someone asks them what their name is, they're required to answer with "I am Alpharius."
Seems suspicious.
They're actually one of the nicest legions out there, probably nicer than the Salamanders. Or about as nice, they're just more pragmatic than Salamanders are.
Do you have time for Swords War this week, or I'm not sure yet?
One thing I understand is that I love Agni and Ruja, goated weapon. Agni and Ruja is actually amazing against Cerberus. It does way too much damage on him. Not just because he's weak to fire, but because the game, for some strange reason, doesn't calculate Rudra. Or I think it's Rudra. It doesn't calculate the wind sword out of Agni and Rudra as a wind-based weapon. It calculates it as a fire weapon. So Cerberus just takes extra damage from 2 fire-based weapons. So you have like double damage. And it modifies further with Devil Trigger.
Not to the Sussy Imposter.
Onson's pretty sus. So hello, CD. Oh, let's just jump on you. Break you. When we talk about it, my favorite chapter has got to be the Black Templars and the Mega Squads armor. I do like some of the color for the Omega Marines. But I tend not to get too attached to certain chapters on for visual effects. I'll like them because of this game, because this game gives me a lot of like specific color palettes that I like. But when I like a chapter, I usually try to find some lore or some like stories about them to see if their like culture is pretty cool, if they have like good characters, if they got cool tech, and they have like interesting histories, or they have a good story with them. And it kind of, Space Marine Legions are kind of hit or miss, because it depends on the one that you have. Like, sometimes they just have, like, generic battles of glory. Other ones are, like, really tragic tales. Some of them are, like, playing the long game over a really long war. It really depends on who you're interested in. Different strokes for different folks.
Space Marine 2, but Brothers knows there's no blood in this game. Yeah, there's tons of blood. Space Marines 2, but I should not be a Space Marine. Nonsense, Mangler should be a Space Marine. Mangler's been doing so well as Space Marine.
To be fair, I am fighting Chaos troops, so when I fight the Thousand Suns, there's not going to be blood from them because they don't have physical bodies. They're just a soul inhabiting, a soul composed of warp energy, possessing armor. But anytime I fight a Chaos Demon, you will see blood. It just won't be red.
Their blood seems purple? Yes. But yeah, no, the Tyranids were fucking bleeding like crazy.
Oh yeah, no. Blood everywhere. If it wasn't on you, it was on them. Oh yeah, the game just has you break gravestones when you walk through them. It's kind of funny. Nice little detail there. Where's the... Oh, yes. Jump up there. Okay. Pretty sure there's going to be a fight here. Get this game, I'm going to be like a heavy Bulwark class because it's kind of like being the tank role. The Bulwark is arguably the best tank. Better than the heavy. Because his shield does a lot of damage. He also has just as much armor as the heavy does. And he has better pistol. Well, actually, no, he's the same pistols as the heavy does. He also has a ability which gives everybody armor. allows them to restore their armor effectively. So it's great for holding a position or holding a midpoint or playing point and supporting other teammates. If you want to help other people do big damage and take forever to die, the Bulwark is the best class for that. Oh no.
No.
Oh yeah, there we go. There's some blood. I forgot that there are also traitor guardsmen. So if you want to see blood, just kill a guardsman. Well, at least when you're fighting chaos. Or kill one of Zeech's demons. Yeah, there's some limbs, and look at that. There's not much left of that Marine. That mean a Space Marine is strong enough to casually walk through stone? Not like that, but they could walk through stone if they wanted to. They could brush it aside with a serious punch, for sure. That effect is just for the game. Can you just die? Got him.
No, que suave. ¿De dónde fuiste? ¿Sí los miré? Que suave. ¿Fuiste de archery? Okay.
Disrespecting the dead is pretty based, not gonna lie. If it's chaos, it's based. Though to be fair, their concept of death is a little weird, considering they just go back to the warp for the most part. Oh wait, I lived. Oh, I just got revived by the cutscene. That's the best kind of revive.
That's the Space Marine. Okay, I was respecting that's pretty based, not gonna lie.
Oh, is that thing gonna ram it?
Does the other squad do that?
I think yes. I haven't actually played the last two operations missions, which happened simultaneously with this one. So you probably do pilot that, most likely.
You must be trying to use the device for someone else's.
Oh, hell yeah. My primary main's heavy since I like using big guns. My secondary class will be bulwarking as my squad already has a heavy. Yeah, if you're going to play two heavies, just be aware that bulwark and heavy do show up pretty often. I'd say getting a set like a backup like either tactical or vanguard is a pretty good idea. Because there can only be two of each class. So it's entirely possible you could have a match where there are two bulwarks and two heavies. there's always at least one bulwark and one heavy, and there's usually two of both most matches.
How correct, man, as a goat. ¿cómo se trabaja ahora? ¿Trabajas ahora, sí? Ay, mujer. ¿Qué voy a hacer con usted?
Man, never forget that Calgar Fountain, 2 different Swore Lords by himself and managed to win round 2. Heavy class is still a very good class since not only do you have the most armor bar of all classes, but you do a lot of damage. They also have a Halo shield. Kinda not. The heavies, it's good if you practice with it a little bit. If you're just kind of helmeting it, it can be very, it can be a little tricky. Because anyone that knows how to melee can just walk through your shield. The shield only stops projectiles and what's it called? Well, I guess just projectiles in general. It doesn't stop melee. And it doesn't stop physical bodies from going through it. Like, if you run into a Vanguard, especially if you run into a Vanguard or an Assault, they could just come flying into the air. I hate autocorrect.
I wonder how frustrating it must be for the Chaos Gods to like deal with such fanatical people.
What, them failing all the time?
Yeah, it's just like, bro, just fucking listen to reason.
Well, to be fair, they are very much the embodiment of a lot of those powers and things that they have, so I think they just kind of accept that, like, yeah, it is nice that they worship me, but, like, they could be a little less crazy. However, at the same time, I'm the reason they're crazy. So...
It's like, man, it's a real catch-22.
I could make them less crazy, but then that wouldn't be nearly as fun.
How come Tyus
Especially Zeech.
didn't speak at that part? Especially Zeech.
What do you mean, Titus?
Oh, that's what chat's asking.
Elaborate, Jeremy, for I do not know that which you speak of.
There are no reason
I
140k's him. Everything in this universe is war.
I love using executions in this to get out of stuff. Keep in mind, executions are a lot better than they were in Space Marine 1, because in Space Marine 1 you could be killed in the middle of an execution. It was super committed. In this game, it makes you invulnerable, but you only get back armor. You don't get back health. So it's risky.
The game decided to choose someone having fun instead of fucking
Yeah, well, it was still fun in the original one, but the problem is that the main enemy was the orcs, and the orcs would always jump you in numbers of like half a dozen to sometimes dozens at a time. So you never had the ability to execute an orc properly without killing a bunch of them in the room and leaving the weakest ones, and then having to kill ones that are strong enough to give you just enough health during the animation, and then also timing it. It was super, super meticulous, which didn't make it that fun. Even though the melee combat was fun and the guns were fun, the executions were not. And this game is like, screw all that nonsense. Time to have fun. You may rip open their spines with reckless abandon.
Good improvement. When the dismembered voice was talking to the squad, Tyus was talking back, but you didn't hear his voice. Maybe it's in his head.
No, so they didn't hear his voice. But Titus did. Are you saying that he should have elaborated?
I guess.
Uh-oh.
No southern stuff.
No, the next time I get dropped, I'm dead.
Yeah. Oh, ¿gatas nueva tableta o ya lo tenías por un tiempo eso?
Fuck.
¿Por
They
qué?
do way too much damage.
Todos nosotros.
I think there's a glitch in the game that made Titus speak.
Relájate.
Titus silent when he was
Tú
speaking.
traes
No,
60 años.
no, there definitely wasn't a glitch because I heard Titus. I heard him talking. You might just not be able to hear it because of the stream. No, he was talking in my game, at least.
Se llama así para que tú puedas estar feliz de eso. No que se murió, pero que ya sabes qué pasó.
Well, where is he?
No. Yeah, unfortunately some audio has trouble picking up on the stream.
Yes. I was about to say, like, I felt very confused about what you were referring to.
No sé. Yo creo que nomás una ahorita.
Okay, those Terminators have way too much damage. My god.
Nonsense.
Time to get up. Close.
I like every time you rip the head off, they just have random fucking sparks.
Yes. It's what happens when you no longer have a proper physical body. You just made a warp energy. Such is the fate of the Thousand Sons Legion.
The traitors, you mean?
Yeah, well, not every traitor
Not
lost
every
their
traitor.
bodies.
Dang, bro, that's crazy. Man really hit me with that not all traitor statement.
I mean, it's true. They literally. That's the whole tragedy of the Thousand Sons, is that they lost their bodies when they gave themselves up to Zeech.
The only
I mean,
tragedy
Mortarion.
is that they didn't lose their existence on top of it.
Bro.
They don't.
They were manipulated into being chaos. They weren't like the World Eaters or the Death Guard, where they're like, yeah, we'll be traitors without even being demons. Thousand Sons were like, yeah, the Emperor tried to, like, murder us all, so, like, we actually have a reason to betray him. World Eaters are like, oh, the nails in our head. And I'm like, why didn't you just take that out using, like, advanced technology or something?
There's never a reason to betray the Emperor, Mangler.
And Mortarion didn't even have a reason other than, like, I'm salty at the Emperor for killing my abusive father when I should have been the one to kill him.
Dirt.
I'm like, Mortarion, that is the dumbest. Yes, so Mortarion, hang on, I have to take this for a sec. I just have to stretch, so I'll explain it while I'm doing my thing. So Mortarion's whole thing in all the codexes, when you see the Death Guard, is that they specifically talk about the fact that Mortarion was permanently slighted by the fact that the Emperor took the final blow away from him when he showed up on his world, because Mortarion was his adoptive father was a psyker that was basically a tyrant on his world, torturing his people and causing them like incredible amounts of suffering. So Mortarion rose up a lot of his people over his life to basically raise an army and a rebellion to take back the state from the hands of him, and that's why he hates psykers. The Emperor arrived in the middle of this rebellion and aided Mortarion and his forces in fighting against them and wiping out their army. And then when they got to the area where his abusive father was, he killed him instead of Mortarion. He didn't let Mortarion actually take his life. And Mortarion permanently held that against him for the rest of his life. And every codex points out this is probably the slight that caused him to betray his father. And I'm like, really? Like, you couldn't have just sent him a strongly worded letter or something?
There was a strongly worded letter. It was my betrayal.
Also, the Emperor probably, like, if we're being honest, the Emperor probably did it out of love. Because he saw that that guy was abusing his son and his people, and he was like, yeah, fuck that. You're going down. And Mortarion, instead of interpreting it that way, logically was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go traitor, go big or go home." They say.
As you do. Although the Emperor should have kill Stold.
Yeah, no, he shouldn't have done that. That was not his right. But at the same time, Mortarion. That's something that could have been resolved if the Emperor talked to him, sat him down, and maybe gave him a different role than the Imperium that allowed Mortarion to air out his grievances. That's more so Mortarion's fault, because Mortarion wasn't mature enough to handle that. It's a similar situation with Agron, where Agron begged the Emperor to get the nails out of his head that were torturing him, the butcher's nails, and the Emperor just refused to do it. It's like, well, that's kind of terrible, but at the same time, you're in the Imperium. You have the most advanced medical care that's ever been known to mankind. Are you really telling me you couldn't have done it? Are you telling me you couldn't have gone to Magnus and asked him to use some of his psyker powers to relieve the pain, or put like a permanent artifact that would have removed it?
So
You're really telling me there was no solution to that problem?
I'm actually a little curious. Why did the Emperor refuse to get the nails out of his head? It seems like a pretty reasonable request.
I don't know the exact reason, but I'm sure it was something petty. Like, the butcher's nails basically were torturing him, and they were making him be filled with anguish, which is what caused him to be such a violent person. And that's why his Gene Seed Legion, the World Eaters, are incredibly violent and belligerent and like berserker. They're like the Space Wolves, but on crack. Like imagine the Blood Angels, except they're always in the Blood Rage. All the time. And it never stops. Except when it does. But even then, they're like, hey, when can we go to battle next? And you're like, eventually, like, calm down. To put it in perspective, like, when they bring the worlds into compliance, most Space Marine Legions at least try to use diplomacy because they do believe in actually enlightening people's civilizations and making them better, despite the fact that they are using a lot of conquest. They usually reserve that conquest only for violent Xenos worlds. They don't really want to do that to other worlds of mankind. But the World Eaters show up on worlds that have men on them and other peaceful civilizations, even ones that are willing to comply, and they just level everything to the ground. They don't give a fuck. They're like, oh, you exist? I take offense to that. I'll just blow it all up, and then the Imperium can just make a civilization in its place. They can just colonize it. And then, of course, the other Primarchs are like, dude, you're making us look bad.
Dude, stop!
Basically, Goku, yeah, but imagine Goku genuinely doesn't give a crap about people's lives. Like, even Conrad Kurz, who is a psychopath that will kill, like, a ton of babies and, like, impale them on sticks, will do it specifically because he's like, I don't want to risk destroying your entire civilization, so I'm going to use, like, a extremely brutal tactic to psychologically convince you of the lengths I'm willing to go to, so that we don't have to have war for your planet to bring it into compliance. So that by killing 100 innocent people, I will save 1 billion. And that's Conrad Kurz's logic. It's still fucked up, but it at least makes mathematical sense. Agron is like, no, screw the numbers, everyone dies. I sense some chuckles were going on there.
I did hear some chuckles, yes.
No, that is grim, yeah. Well, Conrad Kurz is very grim. Conrad Kurz is also in a similar position where well, actually, I don't think he really blames the Emperor, necessarily. He blames his circumstances that he basically was born on a planet that was filled with, like, horrible atrocities. And even some of his Legion members are like, hey, you know that you don't have to commit these psychological acts, right? And he's like, well, it's just a matter of my circumstance. It's like, but you have things that could remedy your situation. Not everything can just be because of how you were raised. Granted, some of the people that said that to him were hypocrites too, but they had a point.
It's like, they were out of line for different reasons, but they were right.
Yes. Honestly, Alpha Legion is like the only traitor legion, aside from maybe the Luna Wolves. Maybe, and that's for certain reasons. That was not, like, wrong for a reason they wanted to betray the Emperor. Actually, Alpha Legion didn't even betray the Emperor. They were shown visions of the Horus Heresy and were told this is what's going to happen. And they're like, all right, well, what do we do? And it's like, well, you need to side with the rebels. It's like, why? It's like, well, if you side with Horus, Horus will eventually come to regret the decisions that he's done and will basically feel that humanity is a blight, humanity's existence is a blight on the galaxy, and will basically ignite it in war in order to redeem the human race, basically, by killing it. And in the process, chaos will flourish and then will basically be extinguished because its main source of energy will no longer exist. In siding with them, you basically ensure that this happens, but you also doom mankind and save the galaxy and all the other races in them. And then Alpharius is like, all right, well, what's the second option? Like, save the Emperor. It's like, well, if you save the Emperor, you side with the Emperor ends up on the Golden Throne, and the Imperium decays for like 10,000, 20,000 something years, and then eventually chaos will win. And Alpharius is like, that's not a choice. That's like the shittiest ultimatum I've ever heard. And they're like, yes, we know, but unfortunately this is the future, so you need to make a choice.
So they chose the one that destroys chaos, which is the death of everything?
Yes, they end up siding with the Legion, but we're never told what Alpharius' actual plan is in the novel where that happens. He says he will remain loyal to the Emperor, so him betraying the Emperor is just, it's a lie. He's playing Among Us. He's just siding with the Legion, the Chaos Legion, so that one day he can betray them, or one day he can do something. But that's always been Alpha Legion's entire thing, is just, deception.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. How does Chaos even win?
They technically don't, because everything has to be in a perpetual state of war for them to flourish.
Well, that's kind of like I was gonna say, but like, even if they decided to go try and take out the world, Chaos loses to the Necrons, and they'll probably lose to the Orcs too. They can't really do shit at the time.
The Necrons will eventually... the thing is that if Chaos doesn't win in the next 8,000 years by the 50th millennia, the Great Sleep ends, and all the Necrons wake up. And when that happens, you are fighting the entire force of all the Necrons from the War in Heaven, which is Necrons on a billion different worlds in the galaxy. They are now outnumber all the factions in Warhammer about 100 or 1,000 to 1. So good luck fighting literal quadrillions of Necrons with the most advanced technology ever created. They're just going to take every single piece of land ever, and then they're just going to activate their pylons and shut out the warp, and bam, goodbye Chaos.
I'm off of the God Chase High School DXD. I haven't gone that far yet, Red Dusk, but I'll let you know when I get there.
Like there is a doomsday clock in Warhammer ticking for Chaos. And it's that win in 8,000 years or lose forever. The Necrons also have the map, and they can still use battle transfers on people to add more to their numbers. Yes, they can keep adding more to their numbers, and they still have all their technology, and all their technology still works, and they also understand how all of it works. So even though they've quote-unquote degraded, the only thing that's degraded about them is some of the memories of their soldiers, and that some of their tomb worlds have fallen, but they still have like a billion different worlds, and most of their Necron overlords have their full memories and remember everything from the War in Heaven. So their entire system, it's probably like once the Great Sleep ends, even if they weren't united under one banner, if a single Necron dynasty has access to billions to trillions of Necrons and they're just going at it, like that entire system that they're in is just going to fall. There's very little that's going to be done to stop them. The Imperium certainly can't stop them. And I was going to say that technically the one even Slanesh is kind of, well, Nurgle's had his garden burned down, from what I understand. Slanesh is kind of in a bad position right now because the Eldar has found 4 of the 5 pieces that they need to recreate. I think it's either Yanid or one of the Eldar goddesses that has the power to kill Slanesh. And the last piece that they need is in Slanesh's palace. So assuming that happens, Slanesh is done. Because that god is going to kick Slanesh to the curb. There's got to be something that could stop them. The Necrons? No. The only way to stop the Necrons would be to hunt down every single world that the Tomb Worlds are on. But you'd have to know where the Tomb Worlds are in, and you'd have to check a billion different worlds in the galaxy. And Chaos is too busy fighting itself as a faction. Like, Chaos is, despite all the criticisms that they give to the Imperium, they are unironically just a darker version of the Imperium, because all they do is fight each other. If they were actually united as like a cohesive unit, they probably could seek out all the Tomb Worlds in the next 8,000 years. But they also can't afford, because of how Chaos works, they also can't afford to actually destroy every planet in the galaxy. Because if they do, they end up destroying the emotion and the thoughts that come with it, which is what supplies and supports Chaos as a phenomenon, and allows them to keep creating demons, and allows their gods in the warp to exist. If they end up destroying all life in the galaxy, Chaos will basically cease to exist. So it's kind of a situation where it's like they want to cause suffering, but they have to do it a specific way out of self-preservation. Otherwise, they die.
There's gotta be something that can stop them. The
Connor just
Stormlord
knows
is
his life was
awake.
shit. Basically, he's depressed, but he doesn't hate his father. Yeah, I know. He doesn't really hate his father. He just hates what the Imperium is, but he also hates it for very, very different reasons.
The Stormlord is awake. Trazon and his friend found a way to temporarily rise to the level of a Catan.
Yeah, like the
if the
Necrons.
Necrons stopped fighting with each other and the whole Silent Emperor bullshit, they probably would already be taking over most of the galaxy right now.
They would have killed the Tyranids already. That's what the Silent King came back to the main galaxy to do. He's like, hey, guys, we need to unite under one banner now. Fuck the Great Sleep. We need to wake up right now. We need to wipe out the Tyranids because they're going to eat all the bodies and all life, and that's just a threat to our goals and to the preservation of our people. And some of the Necrons were like, yay.
4 other assholes being like, fuck you, Silent King.
It's like, yes, I would, but unfortunately, I've gone mad, so fuck you. Tracen's like, I kind of want to, but I also want to preserve history. I'm not really interested in warring with everybody. I'll help certain factions, but whatever.
Trazen,
like
you
some of them,
dumb motherfucker!
So some of them are like Tracen's whole thing is like, Tracen technically is more benevolent than any of the other Necrons, but his benevolence comes from the fact that he just wants to collect stuff. That's it. And then you got that guy like Orcon where he's like, I want to master sorcery when I belong to a faction that does nothing but specialize in technology. I am the outcast.
Then you got millions of new Catan.
Are the Chaos Demons also technically good since they also represent the bad but also the good? Yes, but since the nature of the warp is super chaotic and also like violent, they're usually bad by default. Like the worst that you'll get is that some Chaos Gods will take displeasure in people doing specific bad things, but that's only because they represent other aspects. Like Khorne, for example, kind of hates the Tau. He likes the Tau because the Tau causes violence whenever they fight people, but the Tau kills people in ranged combat, and Khorne is also the god of honor. So he prefers glorious, honorable melee combat if you're going to murder people. So the Tau shooting everyone in ranged pisses him off because he's like, hey, you're supposed to fight each other in a melee battle. And the Tau were like, says who? I'm sorry, I didn't see this universal law of anti-camping that you claim exists. But that's not really like an example of Khorne being bad. That's just Khorne having something that is like kind of based. Or no, Khorne being good. It's just him being based. Like, yeah, being honorable is like pretty sick, but like, you're still a murderer. Think about it, two of them know how to temporarily become Catan. It shouldn't take them that long to figure out how to make them permanent. No, not at all. Like, it really wouldn't take them that long. The main issue is that the Catan didn't want the Necrons to become Catan, but if the Necrons had time to actually figure out how their technology would have worked, they could have become Catan themselves, or could have taken their power without embodying the aspects that the Catan were, so they'd be able to die without the universe basically imploding. Perfect setup for a fanfiction story where an overpowered character needs to appear somewhere and gets told, hey, this universe needs someone like you to save it. Or a soldier that faces large hordes gathered up, you sure use a gun that fires slowly a lot? Yeah, well, the plasma gun, the plasma incinerator does a lot of damage. I wouldn't be using it if I was fighting the Tyranids.
Okay, makatapos mo tempo. Se llevó como 2 horas. Okay. Okay.
Corn represents war and honesties. Each represents change and hope. Habanero represents death and peace. Lanesh represents lust and happiness. Technically, corn. I don't think corn represents honesty, but corn, by his nature, is honest because he represents honor, and honor is technically straightforward and has some aspects of trust imbued in it inherently. So it's not that corn represents honesty. He's just honest by default of the other aspects he embodies. That's why corn, when he doesn't want a worshiper, he will just tell the worshiper, "I don't want you. I condemn your worship of me. I don't want you as a follower."
Corn, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's one of the things I mentioned about the Night Lord's novel, Soul Hunter, is that before one of oh my god, stupid Terminator. I'm so dead. Hang on one sec. I gotta kill these people. Man, that grab range is incredible. There we go. Would honestly be great reviewer, not gonna lie. Yeah, he'd be like, "Oh, there's not enough murder for me." He's also probably the only Chaos God that wouldn't lie to you. Though he may still try to manipulate you. He'd be very upfront with you about what his intentions are. His intentions would just be horrifying. Hang on. I just gotta kill these guys, and then I can give that example I was gonna give. Corn. Oh no! Oh, can we target the Terminator? Holy shit! Yeah, you're broken now. Okay. Okay. So the Soul Hunter story basically has a warband of the Night Lords kind of hiding somewhere in the outskirts of the Imperium, and they get approached by Abaddon of the Black Legion, who wants to start another one of his dumb crusades, and is like, "Hey, I'm gathering up soldiers. I want the Night Lords to join me." And they're like very hesitant about it because they're not interested in getting into a fight. They're kind of trying to conserve resources. And Talos, their prophet, basically asks Abaddon what he has to offer, and he's like, "Well, you can see for yourself, though all the Chaos Gods are basically going to have to judge you first." And he brings Talos into a room where all the ruinous powers have to judge him, and of course all of them try to ask him for certain things and try to sway him. Zeus tries to to convince him there are people that are going to stab him in the back and there are greater plots at hand, and only by embracing the changer of ways can he do this. And Talos is, no, I don't believe in you. Go away. Nurgle is like, why don't you join me and free yourself from a life of pain? And then he tells him, go away. Slanesh does her down bad bullshit, and he's like, I'm not into that. Go away. I'm a wholesome little child. As wholesome as the Night Lord can get. And then Korn just shows up and is like, by the way, I just wanted to tell you, go fuck yourself. I know you're not interested in chaos, and you know you're not interested in me, so I don't actually want your worship. You can go die somewhere. And then Korn just leaves. All the other chaos gods are like, all right, well, we're gonna sell it to him, and Korn's like, no, I don't want you as a worshiper. Go away. Fuck off. It's like so funny.
And then he proceeds
Which
to
chaos
kill
faction?
Thorn.
I think his reaction was like, man, that was a little weird. Which chaos factions are which chaos faction are the Chaos Marines in this game? Depends on the multiplayer of the campaign. In the campaign, the thousand suns that I'm fighting are with Zeech. In the multiplayer, you can pick 6 Chaos Space Marine legions. You can pick the Death Guard, the World Eaters, the Iron Warriors, the Black Legion, or Alpha Legion, or the Night Lords. For some reason, you do not get the Thousand Suns, even though they're in the game. You don't get the Word Bearers, and I don't believe you get the Emperor's Children, but to be fair on the part of the Emperor's Children, I think there's a very good reason for why they're not included in the game. Guys, guess why the Mega Scarecrow in DMC4 is female only? What?
Fuck?
What are you talking about? Jeremy, the Thousand Sons are part of the Lords of Change faction? Yes. I'm going to get some food. I'll be right back.
Motherfucker! You watch too many DMC videos that DMC crack YouTuber? Does anybody entertain us? How can I entertain you boys when I technically can't even play any games on screen? Well, so how have you guys been? I'm doing good. That's pretty good. Been waiting for someone I know to finish Kenichi in High School DxD. Oh, wow. They seem to be taking a while. Whatever that could be. They should probably get on that. They should. It's why I barred them about it every time we talk. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Whoever that is looking on that, that's crazy. That's crazy. The only chaos faction I've seen in the game is the Papa Nurgle faction in Darktide. No, well, it's because I think Nurgle's the one who just goes around doing the most fucking shit. That's why I carries back with the whip at hand. Nothing ever gets done on time. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I'm over here playing indie games and scaling indie games. Oh, has he returned to us?
Yes, and I have a hot dog.
Good for you.
I've never seen Ziege's and Slanesh's Chaos Marines in a Warhammer game before. Yeah, they don't really show up that much. It's usually Khorne's demons or Nurgle's demons. Or just generic demons in general. Usually Abaddon is usually the main Chaos Space Marine Legion that shows up. Because it's almost always the Black Legion. Or Space Marines in black armor. And before anyone asks, no, we're not going to see Slanesh demons in the game or the Emperor's Children. Like, Slanesh is very clearly just not going to show up in a game ever. If she does, it would be a miracle. Not that you would want to see that, but just because of the fact that it's, strictly speaking, sexual content, it's probably not going to show up. The only chaos faction I've seen in a game is Papa Nurgle's faction, Darktide. There's also a couple Zeech demons in Bolt Gun and all the Nurgle demons in Bolt Gun. There's Khorne Berserkers in Space Marine 1.
I see.
Got to ride a creator's back with a whip at hand, or nothing ever gets done on time. Oh boy. Or what if Slash and their Chaos faction appears in a rated R prawn game? That would be wild. If Slanesh's demons ever appeared, it would be because for one of two reasons. One, Gamers Workshop stopped being a little bitch and realized that there's so much brutality in their series that the debauchery that Slanesh brings to the table is basically like minuscule compared to the bodies that they've had to bury on screen. Or two, they embrace it far harder than anyone would have wanted, and they make like a dating sim thing that goes wrong with Slanesh demons crashing the party. I'm sorry. Did you just laugh at that?
I did.
You kind of cut out, but it was. I heard like a stifled giggle that was like cut out halfway, and it was really funny. Ooh. Now, can anyone here who isn't Rockin' Alice tell me what that is? Rockin' Alice, you're not allowed to answer. You already know the answer.
Sounds like a heretic.
Because the arm scarecrow and the leg scarecrow money probably went to Will, and that's why their mom is so fat. It doesn't even make any sense. Since these Chaos Marines are a part of the Zeech faction, how come they aren't all bird-like hybrids with bird heads and blue feathers all over their bodies? Because this is the Thousand Suns Legion. As I explained earlier, the Thousand Suns Legion basically had their souls claimed by Zeech, and all of their bodies were destroyed. Like 90% of their Legion was basically turned into dust. So the Thousand Suns that you see do have their souls, but they're basically controlled completely by Zeech, and their energy is just animating an armor. They're not actually like physically there. That's why when they explode, they crumble away into pieces, and there isn't energy or anything remaining from them. Whereas when the demons die, their bodies remain there for a bit, and then their bodies dissipate into warp energy after the fact. You're actually killing a demon, whereas you're not killing a Thousand Suns Rubik Marine. You're just destroying the armor that holds their soul, and their soul is being banished back to the warp as a product of the fact that its vessel has been destroyed and nothing can keep it here in real space.
That's the answer as soon as I saw also another good feat coming up.
Is that a Necron tomb? Yes. Yes, it is. He got it. Because none of the rest of you heretics gave an answer. I knew the answer as soon as I saw it. Also another good feat coming up. Yeah, so as you can see, they just explode into armor pieces. And pink dust, or purple dust. Nothing left of them.
Alright, let's go. I'm correct.
Yes. That is a Necron tomb thing.
You're finding fucking Necrons now, bro?
I'm on one of their tomb worlds.
Bro, every fucking planet's a fucking tomb world at this point.
Well, most of them actually are, so... There's probably plenty of them that aren't, given the war in heaven, but, like, you know, there's enough of them that
if you ever
are.
find yourself on a strange planet, just assume you're on a Necron homeworld and just accept your fate, because you're in the Warhammer universe and it's a Necron homeworld.
Well, so you're fine on the Necron homeworld as long as you don't go underground and wake up the tomb thing. If you wake up the Necrons, then get out of there. Hope to God you can break the atmosphere before they find out where you are.
Nah. Be based, join the Mechanists, Adeptus, and defeat the Necrons on their homeworld.
Bro, when have the Mechanists ever successfully beaten the Necrons outside of that one game?
Exactly. That one game's all you need, my brother.
Bro, that one game is the only time it happens.
Yeah.
Even the Tau lose to the Necrons, and they have consistently better technology than the Mechanists do.
The Tau don't got that dog in them.
Oh yeah, no, they're not committed. They don't have the heart of the cards, as we say.
They don't got that dog in them Manglers. See, that's what you're lacking, that dog.
The other outcome is that you run into Trazen, and he is interested in preserving humanity, so he decides to keep you alive for the sake of that preservation. And Trazen is usually a man of his word. He also doesn't actively seek to harm humans or any specific intelligent species, except for maybe the Eldar.
Hardly specific, but okay.
Yeah, he kind of resents them. Also, if you offer things to his collection, he will absolutely keep you alive, because he thinks that's valuable to preserve history and things in history. But if he decides to make you part of his collection, that's probably worse than if you're, you know... Actually, no, that's probably better, because that means, generally speaking, as long as someone doesn't destroy your exhibit, you'll just be frozen in time. So from your perspective, that'll be the last moment you ever see until you don't, and then it'll be the next moment you see. Once you're freed.
I pray everyone is
Man, why is it always this one piece of material that manages to fall inside of my path?
Oh yeah, apparently they arrested P. Diddy. I don't know why.
Are you saying he's not feeling like P. Diddy?
I don't know. I just don't know why he was arrested.
Huh. If only you had gotten the reference.
So the old ones are still alive? If they are, it's a temporary issue. One that will be solved very quickly.
The old ones are most likely not alive. Because based on what's stated about the Necron lore, we pretty much have reason to believe the vast majority of the race went extinct due to the war in heaven. That's literally the reason the Necrons went to sleep, is because they were like, alright, we killed all the old ones. We successfully won the war in heaven. I mean, all of our enemies are here, but we're just going to go to sleep, because all we wanted to do was kill the old ones for being bastards. And the Eldar are like, okay, they went to sleep for some reason. Now what do we do with all these guns and weapons we made? And then the Eldar decided, well, we're actually at the peak of civilization after we disarmed. There's only one thing left to do now. Mass orgies. And that's how Slanesh was born.
Any ones in the galaxy are dead.
If there are old ones alive, they're probably hiding somewhere in the galaxy. If they're not in the galaxy, then that would make perfect sense.
There's going to be a Trump rally in my home area. Red Dust, don't go to that because he seems to have a bad case of attracting bullets his direction.
Or apparently not attracting them sometimes, just attracting shooters that don't use their weapons either.
This is twice now. This is twice. It has been a very crazy election cycle.
The second one was even funnier than the first one.
Because it
was just a guy hiding in the bushes, and then like, it's like, bro, you can't even say it. That like the first time you can just say it was incompetent. The second time is like the Secret Service just wants him to die, but they're not like actively planning on it happening. They're just hoping it does, and they give it like a grace period. It's like, all right, if he hasn't fired in 30 seconds, arrest him.
I have a job where I could potentially attract bullets towards me. Yeah, but that's your job. You shouldn't put yourself in extra danger.
You could potentially attract bullets towards you. What does that even mean?
I think he's a security
What
guard.
do you? What? I was actually going to suggest a magnet, but
A fucking magnet?
yeah, that's the only other thing I could think of.
Actually, wait. So then I actually don't know too much about the recent attempt. Is it actually worse than the first one?
No. Okay. What do you mean by worse in this case? Like, did the shooter do a good
With
job,
the
or was it like
with the Secret Service, did they actually do a worse job this time?
It depends on how you want to quantify, like, the length of time that they knew about him, because he was kind of just hiding in the bushes with the gun sticking out. So depending on how you want to look at it, they may have done a worse job.
Oh, I did not tell you this, but I recently held an assault rifle in my hand for the first time, and it's actually it was
Did you
heavier.
feel power?
Honestly, I don't know how to wield a rifle, so like it felt really awkward to try and set it up. But I was just there like it's both simultaneously heavier and lighter than I would have imagined.
That's kind of what an assault rifle is in a nutshell.
Yeah, it was like there's heft here, but even with the heft, it just doesn't match up with my brain thought about. I don't know why. What the hell are those imp-like beings with the swords? Demons.
Zeech demons. They have a specific name, but I forget what it is. They're the same kind of demons that, like, Nurglings are. They're to Zeech what Nurglings are to Nurgle. Or what Plague Fiends are to Nurgle. Now, there's obviously different tiers. You have, like, Lords of Change. You have, like, the flying, like, Screamer demons. Zeech has just as many demons as Nurgle does.
You ever held a gun before? What? If not, you were jumping the gun?
You think you're funny?
It was. But you think you're funny? No, I was gonna say the gun wasn't
That
loaded.
was pretty good, actually.
You like that one? You like that one?
Yeah, I did like that one. I just felt the need to throw a jab in there before I complimented him.
No, you die! I've never held a handgun or pistol in my hand before. Actually, I think I did hold a pistol once in my hand, but it would have been a long time ago.
You're supposed to hold one hand on the handle and then one hand under the barrel or midsection, depending on the rifle.
No. Oh, yeah. The rifle, yeah.
Yeah,
I
no,
thought-
not a pistol.
I was gonna say, Mangler, the way you hold a pistol is you hold it with one hand and you turn it sideways.
You turn it sideways and hold your other hand on the top of the receiver. I will never understand for the life of me why people thought it was a good idea to hold guns sideways, specifically handguns, as if it would somehow give you leverage to aiming the weapon. Oh boy.
You hold your pistol next to your ear, same way characters in first-person shooters hold the gun. I know there's actually like a special way you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to like you hold the handle with one hand, and then I believe you put the palm of your hand down below the magazine.
Yes, to give leverage. To
Yes.
account for the recoil. You never want your hand, especially on high caliber pistols and revolvers, you never want your hand to be on the top of the, I believe it's the receiver, the hammer.
What the fuck is this dipshit doing?
He is touching Xenos technology. So technically, this actually ends up retconning a feat that Titus originally had, which was that he could survive the explosion of what was used in the power source for Space Marine 1 that was used for the Aurora device, because it was originally interpreted to be a warp device, but then we find out it's actually just a Necron power source for some of their technology. So he does not end up having enhanced forms of like resistances to the warp above like a standard Space Marine. He just technically has, you know, a lot of luck.
Why? Is he worried about the Necrons waking up too?
Well, if the Necrons wake up, like, Chaos is fucked, so I'd imagine he is. When all else fails, kill the Chaos soldiers.
To be fair, they gave him a chance to attack unimpeded and he fucked up. So they gave him a shot.
Oh, here we go. That is a Chaos Dreadnought.
Did Dante Narcosax fuse with Dance or Potara? What? Oh yeah, now I know the streamer's picking up the audio. Yep.
Was it now before?
So it is picking up some audio, but for some reason the voice work in this game has trouble being picked up.
That is not normally the case when people are just directly watching my stream. I think it's because you're streaming a stream.
Probably. Did you die?
I have fallen.
And
And nothing.
no, finish
I have
the
simply
sentence.
fallen.
Finish the sentence.
There is nothing to finish. Oh no.
If you have fallen, then just get up. It's not that simple, Red Dusk. He might have fallen. Finish the sentence.
I will not give you the satisfaction. You will have to take it.
Damn.
I wish his blast would kill his own demons.
I've seen a scene where a Chaos Dreadnought gave his face turned to Swiss cheese by a Space Dreadnought.
Time to get up.
Yes, look at that damage. Damn it, he did too much damage to me.
Dang, bro, that's crazy. Jeremy, what the fuck?
Oh. Oh, these fucking bots don't do anything.
Who is better, Waifu Material, Divola, and Papala from the Automata, or Shinobi from Demon Slayer?
Hey,
Shinobi?
you can block it.
I'm not too sure on that one. That's gonna be a personal preference at that point. How many times can you get revived? Mangler, go.
A few. At least 2, probably 3. Once you get the mortal wound thing, that means the next strike that you get is your death. Or the next down you get is your death. Even a guardian relic will not get you up. Ugh.
Are they still fighting over there? Is this man really waking up the Necron Horde?
No, he's just messing with their tech.
Isn't that going to wake them up anyways?
Depends on what you're doing. I haven't actually seen any instances of people waking Necrons up, but I know it does happen.
Alright, fuck it. Chaos won. Wake the Necrons up.
I love how that's always the default option. It's like, yeah, we understand you might take our bodies, but can you kill Chaos? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now please go murder my enemy.
Nah, bro, make no fucking mistake. I would not stick around for that. If Chaos is taking the planet, I'll be like, alright, wake up the Necrons, and then we bolt it. Let them fight it out.
Oh, damn, he did. Wait, is that the cult tech too trying to help them? How powerful is Amura? I don't know if he actually has speech before this game.
Can MBT
But,
the MD with no items including the chessboard? Yes, he can.
Interesting. How many lives?
Good question. What? Oh, you're still alive?
Yes.
Took the whisperings of that sorcerer to be his own inspiration. They killed Nozick, led us to believe they would do the same to Luz. So we would deliver him precisely where they wanted him. And that spectacle in the catacombs.
Considering what we're actually about to show you, I'll actually disagree on that point that he actually couldn't have the power to punch through that Necron energy barrier, which you'll see why in a sec. Why I believe that. Oh boy.
Eyes within eyes within eyes, all staring into my wretched soul.
Alright, it's Necron time. Awaken the Hordes.
We are his feathers, loose in the empty air. Oh, see us dance in the wake of his blessed wings.
Man, these people look like they're like just tripping balls.
The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects.
Yes.
Alright, so one of them doesn't die.
From his eternal eyes and glistening jewels of ecstasy, shimmering
I like that they have the dialogue written out like that. That's kind of cool.
Out! I am a daughter of Cadia, and I will not yield.
Yeah,
Cadian's over here like, I still... Yeah, this is a lot more than... This is a lot more warp energy than they're used to dealing with, because they can stand around demons and not be driven insane. But that thing is producing a lot more warp energy.
I'm surprised they
than
were able
normal.
to use Necron tech to actually amplify the powers of fucking their chaos.
Well, the way... You'll understand why they were able to use it that way. Because it's usually not worth it for the Chaos to throw their forces at Necrons, because they just end up losing a shitload of demons. That, and Chaos isn't entirely aware of where the Necrons are located, since they build a lot of their stuff underground, and they've been gone for millions of years. Which is kind of ironic, considering Zeech is supposed to be the god of knowledge. But then again, expecting him to share any of his knowledge with his forces is expecting Zeech to be efficient. And Zeech is technically schizophrenic, so he's... all of his plans and things that he makes technically undermine themselves. So,
BRB,
not
about to
really,
get some cereal. Alright, Jeremy.
reliable.
This is all one level?
Yes. I think we're halfway done now.
That's so weird.
It is a very long level. That's exactly what, what's his face, Rock and Alice and I said. We thought we were going to be done after we activated the Necron pylon. Also, that's what that is. So the Necron pylon is actually supposed to shut out chaos. It's an anti-chaos device because it basically closes the effects of the warp. But if you manipulate its spin and alter it in the reverse order, you can technically use its power to rip a greater hole in reality into warp space. Because that's all it really manipulates, is the basis of reality. So once you do that, you can basically get... Oh boy. If you do that, you can basically allow a bigger warp fleet in. Time to go fight some demons.
Your squad dead. The captain awaits you inside.
But these
Because
types of
apparently
demons,
nothing.
but the other type of demons, regular bullets can kill them, right? Yeah.
Be mindful of the casualties.
Just takes a lot of weapons to do so. That and, well, most people are scared shitless of demons. So when they see them, they don't really have the will to fight because they're literal freaking demons.
You gonna go talk to your boss or what?
I have lost one platoon with 5 more at half strength. Our commissar cut down 24 men, then shot him.
Titus, report.
Oh yeah, the commissar's already dead.
Holy terror do you call this? I can see that. We are now facing a warp rift the size of us. 3. A scratch on that pillar. If it has a weakness, I need to know what it is. Where is it? You call that a solution?
Bro, fuck off. This just
There's a field
happened.
around the pillar, impenetrable to our ordnance. We have observed their forces passing through it on foot. We must get close enough to see if we can do the same. Proceed through those doors. We make an assault.
You like the chain sword over the fucking...
Yeah, the power, it has better cutting ability somehow, even though lore-wise that makes no sense.
That's because you're not a librarian, bro.
Our forces are divided in two. I will lead the main assault from the Temple of Aethor. I sent 2 squads to move on the enemy's flank, but we have lost contact with them. What is the price of betrayal? If they have fallen.
What is the fate of those that turn from the light? And what will you cry as you tear into the traitor's heart?
Why aren't you on the battlefield?
I'm just listening to what he has to say.
Not you! That guy.
Oh. Good question. He's motivating.
Seems like a bit of cowardice to me.
Time to get that bold sniper rifle. Alright, boys, let's go. Where it's about to get interesting.
The front is beyond this bridge.
We have a dragon.
Fuck it up.
You will burn like your treacherous brethren on Nevengarth.
Ah.
Get to you soon, brother. Get back in the fight. Try not to make a habit of that.
Mangler, how dare you go down when the Emperor expects you to break their line?
My bad.
But yeah, you can kill these demons with normal weapons, although technically the demons don't die, they go back to the warp. But like, it doesn't matter
Yes.
because it doesn't really matter, because even if they come back, they're not really that much stronger than when they left anyways.
They're usually not stronger at all. Because if they lose, they get punished for it.
There's a random guy named like Caiaphas Kane who fought the same demon 3 times, and he was able to beat it 3 different times, so they obviously don't get that much stronger.
Yeah, and his weapons weren't different each time either. He wasn't like, oh god, like I better bring my specially crafted bolter with anti-demon killing bullets. Like, no, he just had a normal bolt pistol.
We are blinded by all the interference. It is out there, at the heart of that profane madness. Agreed. One way or another, we must reach that obelisk.
Alright, boys, give me a jump pack. I'm going in.
A jump back would honestly be very effective right now.
I have traitors to kill.
Oh, look, the Cadians are still alive.
Mangler, you have a job to get to.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to go through them. Once I go downstairs, I'm gonna have to thread straight towards that area.
Bruh.
You are flanked by aid.
Oh wait, I have to go this way. Never mind.
Tell your squad to hold off on using grenades until my signal. It's going to get a lot.
Oh yes, here comes the best part.
Oh?
Hang on. Yeah, and apparently the Ultramarines are the only Space Marines that exist in the damn Imperium because they're the only ones that seem to be getting all these games.
It's because the other chapters are better spent with more specialized games.
No, that's not even true. It's just because they're Warhammer. They're Gamers Workshop's poster boy. It has nothing to do with utility.
No, it's utility.
Is that what you choose to believe?
Yeah.
That's funny.
No, because
You humor me.
Ultramarines literally go everywhere, help every fucking faction when they can, and are also seem to be the main guys the Imperium calls on to solve all their problems.
Yeah, because they're GW's poster child, and they've been that way since the first edition of Warhammer.
Irregardless, they're the generic Space Marine that does everything. So yeah, if you're gonna make a mainline Space Marine game, you might as well make it about the Ultramarines.
I'm just wondering why there are no other Space Marines here at all, even from
Well,
separate
this is-
chapters.
This is a burial world, so if it's not important to a chapter, that chapter's probably not nearby.
I mean, considering there were like 4 or 5 different chapters of Space Marines that showed up at the end of the game in the first Space Marine game, I feel like that's pretty bad logic.
No. No, it's the correct logic.
Like, the moment they realized Chaos was on the world, they're like, send the Blood Angels, send the Salamanders, send the Black Templars, send everybody.
You want to know why?
Reinforce the
Blood
Ultramarines.
Angels, my boys, are busy doing important shit, not fighting these fucking losers who you fuckers set up in the first place.
Apparently they were important enough to fight the Black Legion, who wasn't even, like, that impressive. Why no? They can't show up to they can't show up to fight the actual sorcerers.
This is your
so when the
guys'
tough gets tough, they get going. Is all I'm hearing.
This is your guys' fight, not ours. You dumb fuckers let this happen, not us.
Actually, it was the Mechanicum, if you really want to point fingers.
You could have stopped them earlier. You knew it was a threat, and you chose not to act, just like the Ultramarines. Always being fucking
I literally
reactive.
tried to
proactive.
shoot him.
Should have shot before the barrier came up. Everything about that?
The barrier was open by the time we got in the room.
Maybe you should have gotten there faster. Where was your jump pack?
Bro,
Don't bro me.
it's hilarious gaslighting you got going on here.
It's not gaslighting, my friend. It's the truth.
I feel like blame is being shed where it should not be.
Very convenient.
Oh no, it's not this portion, it's the next portion.
What the fuck?
Yes.
YouTubers are launching a Lunchables competitor.
Their devotion is commendable.
Why?
Mr. Beast, KSI, and fucking Logan Paul are releasing a Lunchables competitor as a healthy lunch. It has prime Mr. Beast chocolate and a pizza or some peanuts.
I hate to be that guy, but like Lunchables has been pretty healthy for a pretty long time. Like, ain't no child gonna be eating chocolate and pizza. Well, okay, they do want to eat chocolate and pizza, but no child gonna be eating chocolate and pizza and consider that more healthy than a fucking, or meat and like cheese and whatnot. Oh, here we go. I got the flag.
No. You have the flag?
I have the flag. Now we hold.
Is someone supposed to come fucking help you guys? Or are you just gonna die here? Because that's not very Blood Angel
We're
of
just
you.
gonna win. We're gonna win.
You know, we would have already pushed in and won by now. You sure you guys want to, like, just not stand around? You know, you guys could try advancing.
No, it's cooler this way.
You guys are fucking idiots. Oh. Chapter Master? Nope, you guys are finished. What's the game plan here?
Hold the line.
Fucking idiots! You guys don't even fight better than we do. Oh, it's not actually. Hang on now a minute. I think I see the idea. What? Oh, hell yeah! Wait, is that Calgar? It is! Is he fighting towards you guys?
Yeah.
That's not how this works, sir.
We're never told what the message is. We're just told he received it. And that's all we need to be told.
Hey, yo, Calgar, we got a fucking chaos storm going on. Could you please come help us out? Alright, bitch.
Have you tried waking the Necrons? No, sir. We didn't think to do that. Dumbasses.
It's like,
Better
oh, you
Leandros.
dumb motherfuckers. Look, it's badass that they fought two Swarm Lords.
Heretics clamor for a taste of victory, but we will defy them this day, as we have defied them for 10 millennia. We are the sons of Ultramar, servants to the Emperor and guardians of
You
the
dumb
Imperium.
motherfuckers never show up on time.
Feel the wrath of ancient vengeance.
My Blood Angels will still be fighting during this discussion. I don't know why you guys have to fucking stop the fight.
Our vanguard forces are through the field.
Your Blood Angels have to suffer a drug addiction of pure rage in order to get anything done.
Yeah, but you wanna know what? We would have been losing that final stand. We would have been pushing forward because all we see is hatred.
We didn't even have any of our tanks or weapons, and we were still holding the line. They brought a tank to kill us.
We are the tanks, Mangler. Don't mistake it.
Oh, don't make it sound like you guys are the Space Wolves.
You're right. We're better than them.
Technically, everybody's better than the Space Wolves, so not too
What the fuck is
impressive.
that?
That is a Lord of Change.
All right, take it out.
Okay. Gotta go invert those towers. Here is my solution. Press every button.
Oh, thank God. There's a fucking device. Why? Why would you do it over fucking the guy who's already survived this tech before?
Because in the event that it does anything to him, it's better to lose Gadriel than it is to lose me.
Oh, they restored to Necron.
Yes, it's in the devices. So technically, it's not chaos. It's more so the fact that. So what it does is it basically seals off the reality, but when you invert it, it opens space and time. And what that does is it allows more of the warp in, which is why the battlefield is being flooded with it right now. Because all the obelisks of the pylon are inverted in the opposite direction, so they're opening space and time rather than closing it.
I think this game would just end perfectly if you finally defeat Chaos, everything's happy, and then the Necrons just wake up from their tombs and you're like, oh no. No.
Well, like, yes, we've won, and you just see like a robot skeleton hand come out of the ground. You're like, oh no, that's somehow worse.
I mean, to be fair, I think most people consider fighting the Necrons to be the worst possible, like, outcome. It's either that or Tyranids.
Well, okay, so in terms of the actual battle, your chances of victory are the worst against the Necrons. But the Necrons will not make you suffer. They will shoot you with a molecular grazing beam, and you'll be itemized immediately. It will be relatively painless. Or if it is painful, it will be painful for just an instant, and then it will be over.
Yeah, but Necrons basically don't die. They just keep coming back.
Yes, they challenge you to attrition warfare. Except they get they have the revive perk, and it's an infinite amount of times, and you don't. So, well, maybe not an infinite amount of times, but literally billions of times. So.
There's no such thing as happy endings in Warhammer. No, my Blood Angels got a happy ending. We defeated the Tyranids. Granted, we had to
There are
rebuild.
happy endings, and there are happy endings in Warhammer for many stories, and there are glorious ones. It's just that the ultimate outcome of the Warhammer universe is war.
I wonder if
But
that's
there are little bits and pieces of happiness here and there.
also hi. I'm back with the cereal, bro. That was like 20 minutes. What the fuck did you put in your cereal?
The good shit.
Fucking motherfuckers! Like I gotta dilute the milk in real time.
I gotta make sure this stuff is just right. Not too cold, not too warm. He's golden Goldilocks and the Three
Yeah.
Bears with his meals.
Through this door, brothers.
Do you think the Chaos Gods ever get annoyed that the Space Marines put up a decent fight against their direct forces when they have all this advantage?
I bet they probably do.
They're like,
But at the same time, they also don't care that the forces are getting killed. Because that means, at least Khorne doesn't, because that means blood is getting spilled.
no, you know, one of these guys is looking at the others like, how the fuck did we lose this one?
I think the only person that doesn't get anything, actually, no, all of them get something out of it, because Slaanesh gets pleasure, desire, and passion, which can include the passion and glory of fighting. Khorne just obviously gets amped by any part of the conflict at all. Nurgle gets amped by the perversion of life, the will to live that people are expressing, and their deaths. And Zeech just gets amped by whenever the warp is being used, and whenever like psychers are being used, and whenever knowledge is being achieved, and whenever change is occurring, which is always. So while I share the opinion that they're probably a little upset on the inside, they're probably also like, at least I'm getting something out of it. I think the only time they're really upset or actually bothered is when it's a total loss on their side. And like not so much on the other people's. But I don't think that's usually the case, especially in this battle, because currently Chaos has claimed way more lives than they've lost. As according to the descriptions in the game, there's actually 194 trillion people that have died on this world. In this battle today. I don't know how. Oh no. Oh boy. For the Emperor.
I guess not all of it is grim and dark. I mean, there are people who just died a happy life. Well, not, I mean, like, a happy life is a strong word, but they at least didn't die in, like, the worst way fucking imaginable under every circumstance.
There are plenty of people in the Imperium that never end up seeing a Chaos Demon throughout their entire life and live their lives peacefully. On, like, hundreds of thousands of different worlds. But there are many of them that don't. So, more of them are probably suffering than the ones that don't. But there are people who never see conflict, that live normal lives. There's also the Tau Empire, which is mostly a pretty peaceful empire, that usually results in beneficial alliances for every member of their species, or every member species of their, essentially their collective group. You let me out of the corner? Unless you get captured by the Dark Eldar and just get tortured and be a sex slave for all of eternity. There are actually things that are worse than getting sent to Chaos. Like getting eaten by the Tyranids, or getting tortured by the Dark Eldar, I would actually argue is worse than Chaos. Because if you get turned into a servant for Chaos, there is a chance you could be saved. There is a chance you could also redeem yourself. But like with the Dark Eldar, there is no hope for you. Because they're in the webway, and no one is getting into the webway. Whereas depending on the demon you are, you might actually get into the real space. So there is hope for you getting saved. Though the Imperium will just probably try to shoot you to death. Not another Hell Beast.
Well, let's see. Yeah, Dark Elder has to be one of the worst groups of people in fiction, period. Source.
They are sick.
Source.
They're also responsible for creating Slanesh, which is like the worst Chaos God ever.
Technically, the Eldar created Slanesh in general. I don't think throwing it on the Dark Eldar is fair. That was a group effort.
You can, because the Dark Eldar are the remnants of the cult of people that created them. It wasn't all of the Eldar. There were specific factions of the Eldar before the fall that gave into the debauchery, because they started splitting into portions of their factions when they realized some of the Eldar were becoming depraved. That's where the Exodites originated from. Because they were like, hey, this is kind of like really down bad, so we're just gonna leave. And the rest of the Eldar, the dark ones, were like, no, we're not interested in doing that. Like, to be clear, the Dark Eldar are just the Eldar who didn't get their souls sucked out and went into the webway and were like, let's keep being evil.
There's nothing. I'm not. There's nothing wrong with that.
Also, these boss fights are genuinely fun. They're just a little tense. Oh. Whoa.
We're doing DVD day or no, so I know what's happening. Let me check in with Devil real fast, but we should be. Also, hello, Kyle.
The demon is further weakened.
That is the secondary squad for one of the operations.
And then there's oh, I see.
Yeah, so I believe the secondary squads, you get 2 of the pylons, they get the other 2. And the first operations mission probably involves the ship crashing into that thing. Oh. And that is why Chaos sucks.
Oh,
Even when they have their dreadnoughts.
Sate your rage and aid our cause.
It is Mech Warrior time.
Ah, that was still the saddest moment in freaking Battle Sector. That Dreadnought was a fucking G.
Did you lose him?
So at the very end of the game, you have these people who you've been playing with the entire time. You have a guy in the Dreadnought suit, but like slowly near the end of the game, he starts slowly succumbing to the Black Rage, and right before the game ends in the second to last mission, he finally succumbs and just charges ahead of you into like a Tyranid horde and dies. Which, I mean, now on its own, it's like, okay, you can forgive that. Like, you know, okay, fine. But the second to last mission is you have to hold the line against the Tyranid horde so they don't touch his body, and you just wipe out the Tyranids while holding that one position.
Oh boy.
He didn't deserve that. I mean, he was already dead, technically, because if you're in the Dreadnought suit, you're basically dead.
Yeah, you're on life support. The moment they disconnect you from that, you're gone.
But my boy deserved better!
Well, to even call it life is really debatable because it does not exist outside the soup.
Shut up!
And it's needless to say, the Dreadnought's damage is quite high. Be it Terminators, Chaos Space Marines, or even other Dreadnoughts, it does not matter. He will shred them all.
Actually, so you were playing online earlier, but I guess I never asked you, how does the online feel in this game?
It's very good. It feels like your standard... Well, actually, no, it doesn't even feel like a standard shooter, because you have, like, melee, and as a good combat system, you have parries and blocks you could do. You have primary and secondary weapons with your pistols and stuff. You have plenty of different grenades, but your primary, secondaries, and melee weapons are all dependent based on your class. So it's very, very team-based. Marking is super important. People do a lot of call-outs. Teammates typically stick together. It's a very fun game to play with friends, and still super fun to play by yourself because people are very, like, even though they're sweaty, they generally do stick together, and teammates will back you up. Except when they suck at their job. There's only 3 maps currently, but it's been pretty great. All the classes feel nice. They're all really unique. None of them are trash or useless. All of them are pretty good. All of them serve a specific purpose, and they're all like made accurate with the lore as well. Like they're not an inaccurate depiction. Oh. I forgot that he just chucks the fucking filler at the Helldrake. He's just like, get out of here. Burn the heretic. Also, when they're done with you, they won't let you go, but instead just mold you and turn you into an object for their entertainment. Seriously, the Dark Elder has to be at least top 5 of being the worst people in fiction. Or top 10 of being the worst people in fiction, probably. Because most of the people in Warhammer, despite them being like pretty bad or awful, a lot of them make sense in the context of the setting and technically aren't too bad when you put them out of the verses. Like the Tau and the Eldar in general would be fine in most other sci-fi verses, like morally or ethically. They're not
Dang,
really that bad.
Calgar don't give a fuck. He's just there looking at it. Or is he frozen?
The Imperium with some tweaks could be acceptable with other verses. Chaos is pretty standard for like a demon-based faction in other verses. Calgar's like, no, I don't give a shit.
Time frozen, not my problem.
Going into the warp, don't care.
I'll say you join your chapter master, boy. You guys really just fucking walk into the rope into the fucking warp. That's fine. Warp doesn't kill shit anyways. I don't blame Neo for telling me all that shit, but man, Warhammer fucking games made me realize the warp just ain't that bad, bro.
Oh, if you think that's bad, wait until what we're about to see.
The fucking power scaling Warhammer power scalers make the warp sound way worse than it actually is, bro.
It's very situational.
It is not that bad, bro. The orcs literally went and fucking burned a forest down.
The Immaterium. To where?
There's also one mission.
Yes.
Hey, you want to help out your brother there real fast? I just fucking killed the fucking guy.
It seems I am not quite in the dimension that he is located in.
Damn. Just gonna watch your brother fucking fend for himself like that. I see how it is.
Not for lack of trying. Sucks to be the Terminator. I love the way they visually depict the warp in this game. Super interesting, especially the little sigil things that are coming up off the ground.
Crazy, bro. Why couldn't the warp deal with the Tyranids? Huh? Why couldn't the warp deal with fucking anything, bro?
Well, the warp can't ever deal with the Tyranids because they have the shadow of the warp. Their psychic consciousness is just so powerful, they just smother the warp with raw power. Ironically, the Tyranids have a better argument for like a higher dimensional energy than the warp does, because whenever they get near the warp, they just crush it with pure force. So psychers around them are like, I can't touch them without going mad. I can't even think of the Tyranids.
Is that what that is? Shadow of the Warp?
Yes, they just take the full culmination of their psychic energy and they smother it into the warp. And anything in the warp loses its ability to connect to the warp's pure energy. They just feel pain and suffering. And if they try to connect to the warp, to the greater warp, they feel the Tyranids. And it drives them insane. Might even kill them. Why do I have an auto? There we go. Here we go. I believe this is the final boss fight, if I'm not mistaken.
Where's Calgar at?
And of course, out here.
Calgar, you dumb motherfucker.
That's what Zim was asking.
This is my domain. You are here by my invitation. I am offering you a chance to kneel.
let it be known that the only reason you're even here and moving in this space is because he is allowing you to be here. It's not an accident that you were able to move when he froze everybody. It was on purpose. And apparently Calgar as well.
Nah, I've already played great boss fights. You know, I'll look at this for myself.
Calgar trapped in the warp, surrounded by demons. This seems fine.
So Calgar's locked in that beacon there.
Yes, he's walked in another dimension. We have to get him out.
Well, he seems to be handling himself just fine.
Oh, we need to get him away from the demons so that he doesn't torture the demons too badly. You misunderstand my meaning. He's committing war crimes on them in there. Even Korn wouldn't approve of what he's doing to the demons there.
Surrounded on all sides by creatures that are supposed to not be able to die in the warp and get stronger. This is fine.
I didn't get my morning exercise anyway.
What a fun day.
Oh yeah, you can fight him in melee if you want to, but you have to be very careful. He's very strong. Oh no! Oh boy.
Mangler, are you fucking kidding me?
I have fallen. I need medical aid.
Stop lying, you dog.
He's very headshot resistant. They definitely thought ahead for this boss fight.
Also, Logan Paul did respond to the guy calling out them making the Lunchables. Apparently, Lunchables were discovered to have lead at some point. Which, to be honest with you, it was probably the ham.
I thought you were going to say something. I thought you were going to say something different, like, to be honest, they always tasted funny to me.
I am convinced.
I never actually had that many Lunchables, so.
Honestly, bro, if you ever fucking have a kid, just get them a Smuckers.
I would just make them my lunches with like food that I could buy from the grocery store.
Make them a PB&J sandwich. Don't go fucking crazy, okay? Or buy them a Smuckers, which is a PB&J sandwich. Just don't.
I love sandwiches.
Lunchables tasted like lead, but it was the ham that definitely was the one that was the main offender.
Do we actually know what caused them to have lead in them? Like,
yeah,
well,
they probably got careless with how it was fucking made. Like, it was probably... I don't think they were intentionally putting lead in.
Like what part specifically? Like, was the cheese? Like, probably the meat, given the fact that, like, most meat producing industries, especially meat packing industries, are not that well regulated compared to things like cheese, specifically because of the fuck. I forgot about that.
Oh, look, it's one of Zek's goons.
This is a Lord of Change. Or a greater demon of change.
Summon the Necrons!
I would like to point out that not only do the characters not have the actual power to fight something like this, they are shooting it in the eyes, and that is enough to get it to fuck off.
Ow, ow, stop it.
I go down again, I die.
That's the Zek faction I know.
No, apparently he's fought Calgar before. I don't really remember that, but then again, I don't know anything about Calgar. Oh, shit.
Also, Alice, you're right, because this boss fight here is pretty good. I'm gonna be honest, this boss fight kind of looks like a bullet sponge. It looks like a slightly better Borderlands boss. Not visually. Visually it looks great, but like I'm not really seeing anything like crazy here. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you guys.
Multiple different attacks. Boss that you can have like a 1v1 melee contest with. You can shoot him with projectiles. You can pretty much do anything you want. The only part of it that's not really that interactable is the Demon of Change, but he still has a plethora of different attacks that you can mess with.
I mean, I'm not seeing anything here that's making me go like, damn, bro, that's fucking crazy. Like, I mean, visually it looks cool. This is a cool looking boss fight. I'm sure it's fun. It's just that, like, I'm not really seeing this as, like, fucking the craziest fucking thing I've seen. It's probably the best boss fight this year, like, that came out this year. Actually, what's Black Sun Wukong?
I don't think it would be the best in the game. I'm just saying it's a good boss fight.
Yeah, it's a good boss fight. I'm not saying it's not. Just that, like, Rock and Alice over there saying it's the best boss fight in years, and I'm like, define years.
We're more so of the position that it's a good one in, well, Warhammer at least.
Nah, I think that Necron final boss I fought in that one Tech Marine game was kind of crazy. I mean, too bad for him. I was cheesing the game at that point, so he never stood a chance. But, you know, he gave it his best shot.
Oh no,
He's
I don't know
all
what
like,
happens when he gets that
I
all.
tore heaven down! I tore heaven asunder! Extra turn, bitch!
No! Oh.
No! You dumb motherfucker! Why didn't you dodge?
I ran out of ammo. Also, I think he covers the entire stage with this attack.
Does it restart the whole boss fight again?
No.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Let me get ammo! I'm a poor child! This takes a lot less time when you have two people. Just for anyone who's wondering, like, if you play this with 2 people, it goes so fast. It doesn't reduce your damage or increase the health of the boss. So there's no scaling up or scaling down in co-op. So if you're good at the game, you will melt certain bosses. And it will be fun as hell. Oh my god.
What the fuck is this marketing campaign?
Lunchables, baby.
No. Let me tell you what their advertising compares their product to the leading brand. Lunchy, flavorful combos, leading brand, standard picks. Their first advertised meal was a prime drink, a candy bar, and the cheap ass pizza Lunchables gives you. That was their first combo. So I don't know what the fuck they mean by powerful fucking combos.
Like, well, first of all, they're giving pizzas, like, that's not healthy. Like, even if you think it's like, oh, well, they have, like, lead in them, it's like, but meat is generally still healthy for you, even if it has lead in it. Compared to fucking pizza? Like, pizza's delicious. I would eat pizza every day if I could, but, like,
No.
you shouldn't be giving pizza every day.
It's exactly like the Lunchables pizza. You know how you kind of make it?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Lunchly.
Well, that still doesn't make sense, because they have that.
Yep. 400 milligrams of electrolytes per prime flavor in each Lunchly pack. Leading brand is 55 milligrams of electrolytes per Capercent flavor. I want to see the sugar content on that one. I'm kind of... Lunchly, bold packaging, leading brand, basic packaging. Okay, to be clear, I've seen what these look like, and I think I kind of prefer the packaging of fucking the Lunchables, I ain't gonna lie. Lunchly, big gestures, leading brand, mid moments. The fuck does that mean, Lunchly?
Is their marketing tactic to just insult the marketing of the competitor? Because like that's going to come up entirely to how well you think they presented it for, I don't know, the 20, 30 years that Lunchables has been a thing. You're really going to suggest that your one commercial has more luster than anything they've ever produced? That seems pretty arrogant. Not going to lie.
Their turkey meal is 80 less calories, 60% less sugar, more electrolytes. We can use real cheese. They use cheese product. They can't call it cheese. Higher quality meat, etc.
Seems kind of sus.
Apparently he's claiming it is healthier, but I'm calling bullshit on that one, because even the Prime drink's under several lawsuits right now because of issues with it. I wonder why. Well, no, I know why Mr. Beast fucking teamed up with Logan Paul and KSI, because they actually have an energy drink to offer so he can save money.
Oh yeah, if you damage the Lord of Change, that also damages the health bar for the boss.
Good. That's how it should work.
Yeah, but a lot of these big cinematic fights usually are like, you know, giant boss is set piece, nothing more. No benefit to actually hitting the boss. Oh.
Yeah, but I'll check and see if my PC can run this game, and if it can, I'll get it. It looks fun. I wouldn't mind trying out multiplayer.
Cool. I will play with you, and so will Rock and Ellis. We will squad up, and then kill for the Emperor. Or, depending on what the PvP gives us, we will murder the false god.
Why are Necrons a faction in the PvP mode? They don't have to play differently. They can play exactly the same. I would just like to look as a Necron.
You know, like the Gears 5 skins, where instead of a Gears 5 character, it's just a fucking Terminator.
Yes.
That would actually be really hilarious to run around as like a skinny Necron. You just get a molecular flare.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Yeah, give me my Trays in the Infinite skin. Voiceover too.
Come on, Mangler, you got this.
Oh yeah, the boss actually gets harder as the fight continues. Because in the beginning of the fight, when he does those energy waves, he doesn't actually have the ability to pull them back. Also, actual version of Meteor that works, unlike Sephiroth's.
You think actual meteor that works?
Actual version of Meteor that works, unlike Sephiroth's.
This boss fight is good, but I wouldn't say it's better than Pizza Face boss fight from Pizza Tower, not gonna lie. The fuck, bro?
That was pizza foul. God, that's so hard to do that by yourself. This on the highest difficulty solo is probably, like, stressful. Oh. And now we're back in hell.
Fuck. Hey, Calgar, where the fuck are you? Well, looks like some can fight back.
Calgar has literally been trapped here the entire time, fighting legions of Chaos Space Marines in a 1v1. I mean, technically, when he's in this space, I'm pretty sure he just has infinite ammo because he's just trapped in an illusion.
Or be slain for an impostor. Titus.
Ah, yes, another Ultramarine who shits on the Codex. It's funny how I keep finding those things. Isn't it, Zim?
Oh, where are you?
I don't know, I'm just being told that the Codex Astartes is like the greatest piece of military information ever produced. And like more than half the Space Marines are like, no, it's stupid. Even the Ultramarines, who are the ones that worship it.
I like to think that like I think it's kind of that line of you have the idealism of people versus the actual reality of it. So everyone who is an Ultramarine will say the idealism, but to themselves they'll be like, "Bro, this is fucking stupid."
Well, they literally have people like Titus talking to Leandros, where Leandros is like, the Codex Astartes advises against this action, and he's like, since when did you interpret the Codex so narrowly? So I was like, you don't need to be so rigid. Even Gilliman was like, yeah, the Codex Astartes is not like a law or a rule. It's more like a guideline. But unfortunately, he didn't tell any of his Ultramarines that, so they just believe it's like law.
I was wondering who this Calgar guy was because he's one of the only two legendary cards for the Space Marines in Magic.
Yes. There's co-op in the campaign mode? Yeah, there's co-op in every mode of the game. You can play every mode of the game online with 2 people or 3 people, or you can play by yourself. Witness what happens when the Ultramarines don't have their plot armor.
What? Yo, what's up? Just double check like no free orders in the brown box unless they ever forgot some. But like I'm gonna all the magic ones in there shit. I mean the spot right next to the bathroom.
I have lived.
Where's Calgar at? There he is. Are you gonna be sent to the Inquisition again?
It's like we found that you've been tainted with heresy. There's absolutely no way Calgar would send me to the Inquisition after that. Dude, the only place I'm sending you is a hospital. JK, we don't send our Ultramarines to hospital. We put a band-aid on them and send them back into the battlefield.
Damn, not even a smile, Calgar. Damn, bro. And now the Necron head. What?
I would like to let it be known that it was me that got me this far. Yes.
These two dipshits to the back and right of me, these fuckers weren't doing shit the whole campaign.
They actually have pretty good bots in this game. Like they're solid. They will revive you. They do respond to your marks. They do executions occasionally, though. They kind of need to buff the executions on the bots. I believe there's one more cutscene, and then we're done.
Outrageous. Thank you, sir. Glad to be appreciated.
Yeah, so can I get my captain's position back?
No.
That might matter a little bit more to me than your little laurels on the sides of your helmet.
Actually, that's
No
kind of
disrespect.
cool. I don't know
Look
about
at
you,
me,
but that's pretty chill. I like that.
Look at me, guys. I got the gold bling on my helmet now.
Hell yeah, bro.
Premium season pass content that you can't buy with money. the question they should have been asking was not how I resisted chaos, but
why
how
can't-
chaos resisted me. What were you saying?
I was gonna say the real question is how did you fucking not resist chaos? More like why can't they resist chaos?
Well, the game answers it. It wasn't an actual chaos power source. It was a Necron power source. So he didn't resist it. It's just it didn't affect him because it doesn't work like that.
So the Inquisitors are just morons.
They were just fucking wrong. Yeah, they were just wrong. They were wrong either way. But they were wrong even more. I think I found I'm a Space Marine. Really? How did you come to that conclusion?
Was it the
I'm
giant
curious.
soldier pads you were born with?
do you have an urge to tower over everyone around you and purge the Xenos? Do you feel your voice is 5 octaves deeper than every man around you? Nah, fam. Space Marine 3 ain't coming sometime soon. It's gotta be a while.
I would much rather these games just get live service updates and DLC campaigns instead of fucking being released too often. Because I think they should be released with every. They should be released with every generational jump.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Oh god, you're stuck with this loser. What the fuck? Was that the guy from the first game?
Yes.
He's the
That's
one who
why
tried-
he's so hard on you the entire time. Well, he's actually the one that recommends you to go back to the Ultramarines to redeem yourself because he believes you can. He just doesn't know how to display trust except for being a hard ass. So they basically took the most irritating character in the game and they're like, we'll make it his personality trait something endearing. And I'm like, all right, I'm down for that. But then they cloak him behind the mask the entire game so you get the privilege of liking him more. Because you can tell he does like you. He's just doing it because it's his job. They would have brought the other guy back too, except he was too busy being dead. So.
That's no excuse. Get up. Service to the Emperor takes precedent over all. What's that? You're dead? Not anymore, you're not. Service to the Emperor, blast, go!
Yes.
Alright. Yeah, I'll take a look and see if I can run this game or not, and if I can, I'll probably pick it up.
As far as the operations, I have not done missions 5 and mission 6. These ones happen during the main campaign as well, but they are basically happening on the side.
That is the end of the game, Red Dusk, yes.
The game is about, what was it, 3, 4, 7 main missions, but Dawn's Descent is like 2 or 3 missions packed into one. And some of the missions are like pretty long.
Okay, so...
Especially in Everax.
It took you about 11 hours to beat the campaign. And this is after, I'm assuming, you already beat it once.
Actually, this is after I beat it once. The first time, when Rocket Alice and I were just looking at everything, just looking around visually, like, loving everything, it took us like 16 hours to get through it. And we didn't finish all the operations.
Yeah, I believe it. But alright. We'll be calling the stream here for today, because I'm going to take off in a bit. And now's a good time as I need to call it at 6 hours. Ideally,
Yes.
unless Devil backs out, there should be a DBD stream later tonight. If he can't make it, there probably won't be a stream tonight because I really want to finish my book and just get it out by the end of this month so I can work on other projects again. Um, and beyond that, it'll just be a normal stream schedule for the rest of the week. So, with that said, thank you guys for your time as always. Have a nice day. I'll see you guys on the next stream or video. Take care.